Chapter 743. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but Qin Feng did not hesitate. He continued to convert some of the powerful beings, quasi-sages, and even sages that were sealed in the grotto heaven. After converting the Radiant King, an extremely pure power of will surged into the depths of the grotto heaven. Just this power of will alone was comparable to the power of will from tens of thousands of ordinary powerhouses. A pure orb of will was formed. Qin Feng casually entered the light elemental realm and obtained this orb of will. The entire light elemental realm became more magnificent and stable. The burden of the chaos grotto heaven was much lighter. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "Looks like I have to capture more powerhouses in the future. If I can capture some powerhouses and make them completely integrate into these planes and become the guardians or natives of these planes, it will be much easier in the future." Qin Feng recalled that on the way to attack the Golden Light Demon Capital, he had captured many of the enemy's powerhouses. Most of these powerhouses had been converted, and those that could not be converted had their cultivation sealed and were suppressed under the central Chaos Mountain. A vast brilliance swept towards these powerhouses. "No, don't even think about converting me. You want to convert us? Dream on, thief." Some of the powerhouses cursed, but their eyes soon filled with confusion. They were gradually converted and confused by the grand wish of all living beings united. "Grotto Master, we have committed a heinous crime and are obsessed. Thank you for your enlightenment. From now on, we will contribute to the Grotto Master and assist you in creating a world. Creating a world and protecting this world will be our lifelong belief. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and be saved. We have finally let go of our obsession. Let us protect this world together." The seals on many powerhouses were automatically removed. However, not only did these powerhouses not cause trouble, they revealed a will that was difficult to move. Their will was to become the guardians of this grotto heaven and guard it for eternity. This change could be said to be shocking. In the grotto heaven, Lord Ba and the small void splitter beast were dumbfounded as they looked at these powerhouses who were cursing just a moment ago. These experts went deep into the various half-planes or illusory planes derived from the grotto heavens to consolidate the planes or directly integrate into these planes and become the original living beings of these planes. These changes were dazzling to the eyes. What a powerful unity of all life. My wish is to create a heavenly grotto, a world of its own. These people were converted by my grand origins, automatically becoming my supporters, followers, and even loyal to the death. Qin Feng gradually comprehended the true essence of the all beings united as one heart and was increasingly amazed by this cultivation technique. Rather than calling it a method of expiation, it would be better to call a method of controlling one's heart. As the saying goes, the sky is not high, but the human heart is the highest. When all living beings worked together, it was enough to tear apart the heavens and earth. From this, Qin Feng also had some new ideas regarding the refinement and control of the heavenly abode. With a flash, Qin Feng appeared in front of the Siren Queen. "Siren Queen, you have seen the current situation. I will give you one last chance. Become my concubine. This is my last patience. If you don't agree, then I will have to perform the expiation method and convert you completely." The Siren Queen was still as beautiful as ever. She had a tall figure, slender, with curves in all the right places, exquisite and protruding. Her pair of slender and gentle legs supported her graceful figure. However, she gave people the feeling of a queen. Looking at her from afar, she was full of a sense of oppression. It made people not dare to look at her directly, and there was a faint impulse to kneel down and worship her. Qin Feng looked at her unscrupulously. There was an undisguised aggressiveness in his eyes, as if he wanted to swallow this beautiful lady whole. No matter how good the Siren Queen's temperament was, she was still a woman. Facing Qin Feng's undisguised gaze, she could not help but feel ashamed. There was more anger and fear in his eyes. She had seen the changes that had happened just now. The Radiant King was not weaker than her. Qin Feng, are you really not afraid of offending Gong Ao? Gong Ao is the #1 true disciple of Xingqian school. You will never know how powerful Gong Ao is. He is not someone you can offend. Siren Queen, are you still not giving up? I know Gong Ao. He's the #1 true disciple of the Star Sect. It's true that I can't do anything to them now, but my cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. Gong Ao and his son have plotted against me many times. I'll drag them down sooner or later. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp blade. The Siren Queen seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Qin Feng, I know that your cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds recently, and you've had many fortuitous encounters. However, I don't know which one of the true disciples of the Star Sect didn't experience many fortuitous encounters. You've been blinded by everything in front of you. You have no idea how powerful Gong Ao is. Everything that you're proud of now is nothing in front of Gong Ao. Gong Ao is shockingly talented, and he's known as a peerless monster that's hard to come by in 10,000 years in the Star Sect. He also has great luck and great fortune. When he was young, he was known as the reincarnation of the innate star god, and he obtained the star treasury of the Star Sect's ancestor, who was renowned for his time in the immemorial age. You should know who the star ancestor is. He is the founder of Xingqian school. He is the peerless figure who created the star path. After that, Gong Ao was favored by the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. He has been appointed as the successor of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. He is unparalleled among the true disciples of Xingqian school. He is definitely the successor of the next headmaster. You might be proud of your achievements now, but that's because Gong Ao can't free himself now. Once he's free, you'll be crushed like an ant. The Siren Queen's face became redder as she spoke. It was as if Gong Ao's name had given her endless confidence and courage. Is that so? Qin Feng listened and felt a great pressure in his heart. He had always regarded Gong Ao as his greatest opponent. He had tried his best to overestimate Gong Ao, but he obviously did not expect Gong Ao to have such good fortune. God's favored one. This was not something that could be described as a God's favored one. Even some of the top ancient geniuses did not have such good fortune as Gong Ao. Seeing the Siren Queen's arrogant expression, Qin Feng sneered. Siren Queen, don't be happy too early. The path of cultivation is full of ups and downs. Even if he becomes a supreme being, so what? As the saying goes, if you are willing to be cut into pieces, you will dare to unseat the emperor. Moreover, the stronger he is, the more potential he can stimulate, and the faster my cultivation will be. You should worry about yourself now. Qin Feng glanced coldly at the Siren Queen. I will give you some time to think about it. You'd better restore me before I conquer the Golden Light Demon Palace. Otherwise, don't blame me for using some other means. If it were not for the fact that the Siren Queen was the mother of the future ruthless ancestor god, Qin Feng would have destroyed her a long time ago. Chapter 744. The ancestor god of ruthlessness was a peerless existence that would influence the immeasurable heavens in the future. Even though Qin Feng was extremely arrogant and prideful, he had to be wary of such an existence. Flying out of the grotto heaven, Qin Feng's aura skyrocketed at this moment. Even the holy son of heaven from the ancient times could not compare. The appearance of the elemental realm of light meant that the culmination grotto heaven had officially entered the 6th level, the realm of plane derivation. The saints of the stars in the grotto heaven had also benefited greatly from witnessing the birth of a new plane. For martial artists, this was like splitting heaven and earth apart. Flying out of the Chongming Palace, Qin Feng appeared outside the Golden Light Demon Palace. At this moment, in the depths of the Xingqian school, in a mysterious place. This place seemed to be the home of countless ancient stars, the place where all the stars in the heavens slept. Countless stars shone. It seemed to have existed for eternity. This place was called the Star Tomb. The turquoise ring of light shook the Star Tomb, shaking the pillars of starlight above the huge ancient tomb. Elder Qing Di was like an evergreen tree of eternity. In the periphery of the star tomb, in a thatched cottage, an old man walked out of it. Seeing Elder Qing Di, he frowned and shook his head. An invisible force smoothed out the pillars of light above the star tomb. Looking at the high and mighty Elder Qing Di in the Xingqian school, the old man did not show any respect. Instead, he frowned and scolded with a look of displeasure. Qing Song, didn't I tell you not to bother me if there's nothing important? However, do you know where this place is? This is the place where the ancestors of the Xingqian school sleep. Can you afford to be punished if you disturb their sleep? Master, Elder Qing Di scratched his cheek awkwardly, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. After saying that, the gravekeeper shook his head. You're already 1,000 years old, but you still act like a naughty child. If your senior brother was still here, after a slight pause, the gravekeeper stopped talking. Master, Elder Qing Di was startled, and the excitement on his face dimmed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Master, it won't be long before our Xingqian school will be able to eradicate the Qinquan sect and avenge our brothers. The Azure the Arch-Elder's eyes were filled with an unconcealable killing intent. The gravekeeper said, How difficult is this? The Qinquan sect is the same as our Xingqian school, both ranked equally among the 72 first-rate sections. Furthermore, the Qinquan sect has been working together with the ancestral court of the savage continent. Don't be fooled by their recent defeats. They're just waiting for the best opportunity in 3 years. Do they really think that we don't know about this? Unfortunately, this is an open conspiracy, and the heavens don't bless our Xingqian school. A trace of worry flashed across the tombkeeper's eyes. The astral boundary was too big, and it was impossible to move quickly in the endless void. They could only passively resist the tides. Master, don't worry. If it was in the past, the chances of Xingqian school surviving this crisis were very slim. But now, there is a glimmer of hope? A slim chance? What do you mean? The gravekeeper's eyes lit up. Although this disciple of his had always been mischievous, he would never speak without thinking. Master, please take a look at this secret technique. The Azure the Arch-Elder chuckled as a ray of light turned into a jade letter. He walked forward and handed it to the gravekeeper respectfully. Receiving the jade letter, the gravekeeper calmed down slightly. After a full hour, the gravekeeper opened his eyes. A layer of terrifying light was emitted from his eyes as he muttered to himself. There is actually such a miraculous secret technique in this world. It turns out that grotto heavens can be managed this way. By setting up an altar, not only can it purify the grotto heavens, but it can also quickly devour the source and refine the grotto heavens. This is really a secret technique that divides the ages. A trace of light flashed across the gravekeeper's eyes as he stared at the Azure, the Arch-Elder. Pine Tree, did you discover this technique? This time, you have done a great service to Xingqian school. With this technique, we will definitely be able to survive this calamity and even destroy the Qinquan sect. I will ask the ancestors for a reward on your behalf. The old man exuded an extremely powerful aura. The Azure the Arch-Elder felt like an ant in front of this old man. Master, this disciple doesn't dare to claim credit for himself. This cultivation technique was respectfully offered by a true disciple called Qin Foam. The Azure the Arch-Elder was exceptionally happy. Qin Foam? The gravekeeper was slightly taken aback. I remember that among the 9 direct disciples, there are Gong Ao, Shi Xian, Fu Tian, Ing Tianqing, Ji Qinxian, Shinai, Fei Wuji, Yihichu, and Jialan. I don't think there is anyone called Qin Foam. Qin Foam is a new disciple who has been in the sect for 2 years. He climbed to the position of a direct disciple in 2 years. This lad is quite capable. The gravekeeper nodded his head. The Azure the Arch-Elder said, Master, that's not all. Actually, I came here this time to ask you to accept him as your disciple. The Azure the Arch-Elder looked at the gravekeeper respectfully. Even though this old man had been keeping a low profile as he guarded the tomb, Elder Qing Di was well aware of the old man's identity. Even a sect leader would have to bow and greet him as a junior. Qing Song, I have had many disciples in my life. However, other than you, only your senior brother Qi Song is still alive. Although your senior brother Qi Song's soul lamp is not extinguished, he has disappeared without a trace. I have long been disheartened. The gravekeeper's expression changed. The Azure the Arch Elder pondered for a moment before speaking again. Master, is he also a grade 7 Shin Master? A grade 7 Shin Master? The gravekeeper's eyes flashed with surprise. And a grade 7 Shin Master who is not even 20 years old yet. What? A grade 7 Shin Master who is not even 20 years old yet? The gravekeeper's expression changed. The Azure the Arch Elder seemed to see a star in the ancient void suddenly brightening as if it was daytime. Master is about to truly refine his natal star. How far has he come? The Azure the Arch Elder was secretly shocked. The gravekeeper's expression changed, but he still shook his head after a moment. Master, why is that so? I have investigated. Junior brother Qin Feng is extremely talented. He is not even 20 years old, but he is already a stage 2 supreme almighty. The rarest thing is that he is affectionate and righteous. He chose to become the only true disciple of Niu Jinfeng just for a meal in the past. It is not a disgrace to be under your tutelage. The Azure the Arch Elder thought very highly of Qin Feng. To be able to resolutely reject the olive branches extended by so many first seats just for a meal in the past. This made him feel as if he was seeing his senior and junior brothers of the past, taking up the mantle of the fallen and fighting bloody battles for the Star Sect. Qing Song, when your 7 senior brothers passed away, I once swore that I would not accept any more disciples in this life. After saying that, the tomb keeper said again, moreover, that young man has become a grade 7 Shin Master at such a young age. I am afraid that I can't teach such a monster. Chapter 745. The 72 palaces had broken through the Chongming Palace. It was as if a huge hole had been torn in the massive array. The remaining 71 palaces' defensive array began to show flaws. The experts of Xingqian School had discovered them and tore through them. Within the Golden Light Demon Palace, the Golden Light Demon Empress face was pale. She pursed her lips, and her beautiful face was filled with an indescribable fear. It was broken. The 18 heavenly palaces and 72 palaces did not turn out as expected. In less than half a day, they were broken through by the experts of Xingqian School. Empress, what should we do next? Of the 18 elders of the Golden Light Demon Clan, apart from the 6 elders who had accompanied the Golden Light Demon Lord to the battlefield of gods, the rest were all in the main hall. Among the 12 elders, the weakest was a saint. The 7th, 8th, and 9th elders were all great sages. The Golden Light Three Realms Colored Glass Butterfly Clan had been prominent for a time and dominated a region. They were the rulers of the Wild Butterfly Clan. Although they could not compare to the 12 great clans, they were a rare and powerful clan in the outskirts of the wild wilderness. They ruled over hundreds of smaller clans. Empress, I'm afraid we can't hold on any longer. The 8th elder was an elegant middle-aged man. However, despite his gentle demeanor, he was a rare hawk in the Golden Light Demon Clan. He had always advocated enslavement and cruel treatment of conquered cities. This elder's favorite pastime was to suck the souls of living creatures. The Demon Empress' eyes flashed with coldness when she saw this elder's negative attitude. Elders, are you panicking as well? The Golden Light Demon Kingdom has been under our control for 10,000 years. It's impregnable. The 9th elder nodded and said, Lady Consort is right. Every inch of my Golden Light Demon Palace is made from extremely precious spiritual materials. It already has an extremely strong defensive power. In these tens of thousands of years, countless orbs will have been refined into it. It can be said to be a supreme treasure. Even some innate true weapons can't compare to it in terms of defensive power. The moment he said this, the panicking elders calmed down. The ninth elder sighed inwardly when he saw their expressions. The Golden Light Demon Palace was indeed powerful, but the experts of Xingqian School were not weak either. The primitive star god flag was extremely terrifying. The Golden Light Demon Palace might not be in perfect condition. The seventh elder pondered for a moment. Right now, the most important thing is to wait for reinforcements. Right now, the surrounding 5 major demon nations, the Radiance Demon Nation, the Black Wind Demon Nation, the Golden Ridge Demon Nation, and the East Flower Demon Nation, have already sent reinforcements. As long as we can hold on for 3 days, the reinforcements will definitely arrive. The 5 great demon kingdoms. Below the main hall, some of the demon race experts had strange looks on their faces. He was probably lying to himself. The experts of the 5 great Fey kingdoms cherish their lives very much. As the saying goes, if it doesn't concern you, don't care. The experts of the 5 major demon kingdoms might not risk their lives for the Golden Light Demon Kingdom. Moreover, the savage battlefield's front line was extremely long. If they rashly transferred experts over, Xingqian School might find an opportunity to destroy them in one fell swoop. Currently, the Golden Light Demonic Kingdom's only hope was to wait for reinforcement from the Ancestral Court. Otherwise, they would have to wait for reinforcements from the outer regions of the Wildlands. There were many powerful races in the outer reaches of the Wildlands. Other than the Golden Light 3 Realms Colored Glass Butterfly race, there was also the Golden Winged Condor race, the Devouring Soul Peak race, the Yellow Flood Dragon race, the Purple Fire race, and the 5-Colored Spider race. Among them, the Golden Winged Condor race was a descendant of the Golden Winged Great Pung Bird. They were the overlords of the sky and were the strongest. They lived in the Golden Spirit Valley, which was thousands of miles away from the Golden Light Demon Kingdom. The Devouring Soul race was the descendant of the ancient Devouring God Peak. The Yellow Flood Dragon race was an extremely powerful race among the Flood Dragon race. This race was the Flood Dragon of the Earth. They were born in the depths of the earth and were very powerful. However, this race was the mortal enemy of the Golden Winged Condor race. The Purple Fire race was a foreign race. They were innately fond of fire spirits and lived in the Burning Flame Valley. However, their strength was not comparable to the Golden Light Demon Kingdom. The 5-Colored Spider race was a powerful race among the spider race. Its matriarch was a 10,000-year-old 5-Colored Spider Queen. She was the queen of myriad poisons and was very terrifying. She had countless mutated poisonous spiders under her command. In the main hall, there were 5 demon kings: the Scarlet-Eyed Scorpion, the Frost Spider, the Leaf Fire Snake, the Ironback Centipede, and the Heaven-Devouring Toad. The Frost Spider of the 5 demon kings was one of the countless children of the 5-Colored Spider Queen. However, many of the demon kings present did not have high hopes for the origins of these 5 major forces. As the saying went, a mountain could not have 2 lords. The Golden Light Demonic Kingdom had always had territorial disputes with the other races, especially the Devouring Spirit Peak race, the 5-Colored Spider race, and the Golden Light 3 Realms Colored Glass Butterfly race of the Golden Light Demonic Kingdom were mortal enemies. It was good enough that they did not add insult to injury. Empress, now that the 72 halls have been destroyed one after another, I hope you can make a decision on how to deal with it. One of the experts spoke. This was a demon race expert called the White Crane Demon Overlord. He was dressed in white and had a feathered crown on his head. He was rather dignified among the demon kings. Once he spoke, countless demon race experts quieted down. Hold your ground. The demon empress glanced at the many demon race experts indifferently. 3 days. In just 3 days, the Golden Crow race's reinforcements will arrive. You, and I should know the strength of the Golden Crow race. As soon as he said this, the expressions of many experts relaxed slightly. All the demon kings knew the strength of the Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow race occupied a vast territory in the depths of the wilderness. There were no less than 10 demon nations like the Golden Light Demonic Kingdom and countless demon kings serving them. However, before that, we have to kill someone first. Kill who? Many demon race experts were stunned. The 12 golden light elders in front also looked at the demon empress in surprise. Kill him. The demon empress pointed her finger, and the scene in the Chongming Palace appeared in front of everyone. A black-robed, black-haired, and handsome youth appeared in front of everyone. Master. Among the demon kings, the red-eyed scorpion, frost spider, Lihua snake, ironback centipede, and sky-devouring toad had a slight change in expression. Empress, who is this person? The aura he emits seems to be at the 9th level of the Saint's Son of Heaven realm. A powerful demon king called Jieji looked at the black-robed youth in the crystal. Among the demon kings, many of them were deep in thought. The black-robed, black-haired youth was familiar to many of the demon kings. Suddenly, one of the demon kings spoke. I remember now. This person seems to be the first to break through the gate of the golden light demonic kingdom. I remember too. He was the first to lead the Xingqian school to break through the transformation palace of the 18 heavenly palaces. The great sage Caesar, the brilliant sage, and the crimson sage of the transformation palace died in his hands. Yes, the Chongming Palace of the 72 palaces was opened by this person. He seems to have a special method to break the array restriction. Kill this person. This person must not be left alive. Many Demon King level experts suddenly remembered the familiar black-robed figure. For a moment, many Demon Kings revealed a trace of unconcealable murderous intent. This person must not be left alive. Being able to break the restrictions of the formation was an absolute disaster. Empress, let's activate the Golden Light Palace and kill this person in one fell swoop. The 7th Elder's eyes were full of murderous intent. Among the Demon Kings, the red-eyed scorpion, frost spider, Lihua snake, ironback centipede, and sky-devouring toad were all shocked. Chapter 746. Yes, activate the Golden Light Palace. 8th Elder, 9th Elder, 10th Elder, and the remaining 11 Elders all had cold looks in their eyes. There were many experts and armies in Xingqian school, but in terms of threat to the Golden Light Palace, the expert in front of them posed the greatest threat. The Demon Emperor's face flashed with a fierce look, like a peerless divine sword that could split the sky open. Many demons felt the terrifying killing intent and couldn't help but tremble violently, retreating hundreds of steps. As the Demon Empress, her strength was superior to many of the elders. In the dark, red-eyed scorpion, frost spider, fire snake, ironback centipede, and sky-swallowing toad were all worried. Brother Red-Eyed, we can't let the Demon Empress do it. I heard that this demon palace is an ancient treasure that was originally refined by a demon ancestor. In ancient times, it was once destroyed by the great emperor of the eastern wilderness. But after so many years of refinement, I'm afraid it has recovered more than half of its power. If we let the Demon Empress and the other saints activate it, I'm afraid Master won't be able to withstand it. The Fire Serpent King's enchanting and seductive eyes were filled with anxiety. The 5 Demon Kings had been subdued one after another, but in terms of loyalty, Fire Snake King was number 1. She was completely subdued by the aura of the first snake ancestor that Qin Feng was emitting. The first ancestor of the serpents was a fatal temptation to other serpent demon monarchs. Back then, the black water snake ancestor had an outstanding bloodline among the many snake ancestors. Red-eyed scorpion's red eyes flickered. Indeed, in his heart, he still hoped that Qin Feng would be subdued by the Demon Empress, so that the 5 of them could be completely free. However, Qin Feng did treat them well. Not only were there no restrictions, but they were also given a fixed salary every month. Most importantly, Qin Feng once said that he would set them free after 200 years. The demon race had to submit to the experts, activate the secret technique, inform Master, and wait for Master's orders. Red-eyed Scorpion made up his mind. In the Chongming Palace, Qin Feng suddenly felt a strong sense of malice from the void, and his heart skipped a beat. There's a warning sign. Someone is targeting me? Qin Feng woke up from his familiarity with the power of the light elemental realm. His Yin spirit was throbbing violently like a drum. Since he'd cultivated the cosmos' heavenly elephant technique and comprehended the divination of the heavens, he possessed an intuition towards danger that was like a cicada sensing the autumn wind before it moved. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable connection from the bottom of his heart. A message's eyes. Want to kill me? Ancient demon palace? Qin Feng's eyes. He stood up abruptly with a cold glint in his eyes as he muttered, demon palace, is this treasure, demon ancestor? Qin Feng was surprised. Elder's eyes. Any treasure that was tainted with the word primordial had to be treated with caution. It's of demon. Of sisters of her demons, as she, even this consort has misjudged you. Is she a demon ancestor? Qin Feng felt that the name was familiar. My sister of her was called the five-colored demon ancestor in ancient times. Five-colored demon ancestor? Qin Feng was stunned. The ancient five-colored demon ancestor was also known as the five-colored goddess. It was rumored that this goddess had a relationship with the great emperor of the eastern wilderness. Later on, for some reason, the two of them turned against each other. I didn't expect to see sister of hers demon palace here. Demon muttered to herself, reminiscing. The next moment, her cold voice was heard. Qin Feng brat, help me snatch this palace for me. Qin Feng woke up from his dream and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This belongs to my sister of her. These hairy beasts don't deserve to live here. Demon's voice was filled with coldness. Qin Feng was baffled. Generally speaking, Demon had a kind of sympathy for the experts of the demon clan. But for some reason, she suddenly turned against him and spoke ill of the demon clan. However, Qin Feng shook his head like a rattle drum and directly cried out in pain. Demon, you didn't see it. That demon palace is extraordinarily terrifying. It's the palace of the demon ancestor, and its power is not weaker than an innate true weapon. Moreover, there's an innate earth spring in its center and the power of the divine tree. It's not like the melting palace and Chongming palace. If the demon empress activates it, I'm afraid that even the holy son of heaven can't withstand her attack. Demon sneered. Boy, what are you afraid of? Aren't you more courageous than the heavens? Why are you stumped by a demon palace? Qin Feng retorted bluntly. I'm not afraid, but I'm not stupid. Demon raised her eyebrows when she saw Qin Feng's stubborn look. Boy, aren't you coveting the treasures of the golden light glazed butterfly race? After spending so much time with Qin Feng, Demon Empress clearly knew how greedy this guy was. As long as there were benefits, as long as there was a chance, no matter how big the risk, this guy would take the risk. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He was indeed tempted. The golden light glazed butterfly race had ruled the golden light demon country for 10,000 years. They sat on countless spiritual mountains and blessed lands, and every year they were worshipped by countless demon clans. This was a huge fortune. It would be strange if Qin Feng wasn't jealous. Qin Feng said eagerly, You know where the treasury is? Demon Empress curled her red lips. Of course I know. Their secret treasury is somewhere in the void within this boundary. Let's make a deal. You help me take back Sister Sue's demon palace, and I'll help you tear open the treasury and seize the golden light glazed butterfly race's treasury. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is a good deal. We have a deal. After speaking, Qin Feng looked at the majestic golden light demon palace with unconcealable killing intent. Hearing that Qin Feng was willing to help, Demon Empress nodded. But when she saw Qin Feng's expression, Demon Empress said, Wait, Qin Feng, what are you going to do? Qin Feng snorted. What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to rush in and kill the Demon Empress and those golden light demonic butterflies. Demon Empress shook her head. Don't be reckless. My little sister Sue's demon palace is not simple. Back then, my poor little sister Multicolored used it as her life treasure to temper it. If you rashly take it head-on, you will definitely die. You'd better wait for your Xingqian school's army to arrive. Then, Demon Empress will instruct you personally and guarantee that you can smoothly take down the demon palace. It's fine. Qin Feng revealed a confident expression, but he was muttering in his heart. When the army arrives, I'm afraid the treasury will have nothing to do with me. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Demon Empress commented indifferently. Five-color demon palace used to be an artifact comparable to an innate true artifact. Her sister was the demon ancestor and revered by thousands of demons. However, no one knew that she had once obtained the ancient mystic ancestor's handwritten letter. Her attainments in array formation were not inferior to an 8th-grade mystic master. If it weren't for fate's trick, she wouldn't have turned against the great emperor of the eastern wilderness and died in the hands of others. Sister Sue, I will definitely find a culprit for you and avenge you. Our friendship won't be in vain. In the eastern wilderness, you betrayed my sister and indirectly caused her death. Chapter 747. Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart as he listened to the demonic woman's cold voice. Since ancient times, there had been a saying that only women and villains were difficult to deal with. Although this sentence was not necessarily true, once a stingy woman targeted him, it would definitely not feel good. Moreover, it was such a powerful and mysterious woman. It was at this moment that several extremely magnificent starlight rushed over from all directions. The experts of Xingqian School are here. Qin Feng's expression changed as he turned into a black gas and disappeared into the depths of the void. What kind of escape technique is that? The demonic woman was about to laugh at Qin Feng when she saw this and could not help but raise her eyebrows. This is my unique inner demon escape technique. As long as there is an inner demon in my divine consciousness, I can travel freely. Qin Feng said with a hint of pride. This inner demon escape technique was Qin Feng's proudest work in his previous life. Originally, with the power of a Stage 2 Supreme Mighty, he could not use it. Now, with the support of the sages, he could barely use it. What a mysterious escape technique. It can actually pass through the seal of the Golden Light Demon Palace. Silently, in the Golden Light Demon Palace, a black light appeared in Li Hua's snake's heart. Qin Feng turned into a pure, inner demon body. Li Hua's snake sensed the change in her heart. The various negative forces in her body seemed to have turned into a bridge connecting to an unknown existence. A black shadow appeared in her heart. Sensing the familiar aura in her heart, Li Hua's snake stopped the violently fire law. Master, don't panic. A demonic thought in the inner demon body comforted her. Third sister, what's wrong? On the side, the 4 demon kings felt the change in Li Hua's snake. Li Hua's snake smiled flirtatiously and glanced at the demon kings with a faint smile. Strange, where did that black-robed youth go? Yeah, how did he disappear in a flash? Did he slip away? At this moment, many Demon Clan experts noticed the change in Chongming Palace. In the center of the Grand Hall, the Demon Empress, who was controlling the Demon Palace and preparing to deal a thunderous blow to Qin Feng, couldn't help but stop what she was doing. Murderous intent flashed in her majestic phoenix eyes. Using the power of the Golden Light Demonic Palace, her divine consciousness scanned the entire Golden Light major world. The great world of Golden Light was filled with smoke. 18 heavenly palaces. Rainbow bridges were everywhere. The 72 palaces were filled with enormous energy waves. Countless powerhouses of Xingqian School were like stars in the sky. However, there was no trace of the black-clothed youth's aura. Where did he go? The 12 Golden Light tribe elders looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. After pondering for a moment, the 7th elder, who was the strongest among them, said, "Could it be that he received the news in advance?" His eyes were filled with killing intent. There were many demon kings in the Golden Light Demon Palace, and there were both good and bad ones. There must be a wedge from Xingqian School among them. That's impossible. Elders, this Golden Light Demon Palace has sealed off the world. No information can be transmitted out. The Golden Light Demon Empress shook her head. She was tall and wore a phoenix coronet. There was a hint of majesty in her peerless beauty. Sitting on the throne, she pondered for a moment before speaking. Since that brat ran away, let's let him off for now. However, Since he's in this golden light major world, he'll eventually slip up. We just need to wait for him. There will be a chance to kill that brat. The golden light demon empress felt extremely uneasy about Qin Feng, so her killing intent was especially strong. The Radiant King had once reported to her that Qin Feng might be a grade 7 mystic master. At that time, the golden light demon empress didn't pay much attention to it. She thought that the Chongming tribe was afraid of battle and deliberately found an excuse. Now, it was like a seed that took root and sprouted in the golden light demon empress heart. I hope he's not a grade 7 mystic master. She sighed inwardly. I only hope that the ancestral court's reinforcements will arrive soon. The golden light demon empress was more worried about the golden light demon lord. The golden light demon lord was leading many powerhouses to stall the experts of Xingqian school. Once the golden light demon lord failed, the golden light demon nation would fall. However, the golden light demon empress has the nation's heirloom treasure and the help of the butterfly ancestors. It shouldn't be a problem to hold on for 3 days. She calmed down slightly. Empress, the experts of Xingqian school have arrived. At that moment, an elder suddenly spoke. The golden light demon empress expression changed. She looked up, and her expression changed again. Under the 9 extremely bright starlights, hundreds and thousands of star-like light figures appeared outside the golden light demon palace. The huge light figures were like thousands of stars approaching. This was the light that Xingqian school's great celestial star, demon, subduing array had. The 9 light figures in the lead were the 9 ancient star kings. Even though they were watching from afar, the experts in the palace couldn't help but feel heavy in their hearts. Rakshasa Star King, Sunset Star King, White Dragon Star King, Heavennet Star King, Baal Star King, Green Plum Star King. With every name that came out of her mouth, the demon empress expression became heavier. Towards the end, she had already stood up from her throne. The 12 elders of the Golden Light clan were also on high alert. Outside the Golden Light Demon Palace, starlight bloomed in the sky. At that moment, an endless stream of experts rushed out from the 72 palaces. However, compared to the huge group that had set off, Xingqian school had obviously suffered some losses as well. Many of the experts had a murderous look on their faces. Everyone looked at the 9 starlights in the lead, which were like the 9 great suns. The 9 starlights were like 9 great suns, floating in the sea of clouds. The surrounding light was a phenomenon that only appeared when the nomological laws had been condensed to the extreme. To ordinary demon clan members, this kind of brilliance was filled with a kind of destructive power. However, to the experts of Xingqian school, it was like a holy healing item. Under the starlight, the injuries in their bodies and the depleted vitality in their bodies were rapidly recovering. Under the sea of clouds, the 72 palaces were basically turned into ruins. The majestic palaces, the continuous palaces, and the blessed lands were surrounded by flames. Senior brothers, long time no see. Green Plum Star King was one of the few female Star Kings among the 9. Her body bloomed with boundless green light. Looks like we'll have to work together again this time. The other Star Kings smiled. Junior brother Hong Yang, junior brother Qing Huang, you two are the chief commanders this time. Please come up with a plan for how to attack the Golden Light Demon Palace. In the middle, perfected Lord Hong Yang and perfected Lord Qing Huang looked at each other and nodded. Perfected Lord Hong Yang looked at the other Star Kings and said, Tian Luo, Luo Sha, Shi Yu Bailong, Tian Luo Jinling. Junior brothers, senior sisters, in that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. The Star Kings smiled in unison. Of course, perfected Lord Hong Yang nodded. Everyone, regarding the attack of the Golden Light Demon Palace, we still need to work together. You've all received information that the palace is a supreme treasure of the ancient demon ancestor. Its defense is not a problem, and it's supported by 2 divine trees under the palace. It's extremely difficult to break through. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Uncle Master Hong Yang, my senior brother has sent a message. He has already snuck into the Golden Light Demon Palace. He asks you to wait for a moment and prepare to cooperate with the outside. We'll break through the golden light demon palace in one fell swoop. Chapter 748. Perfected cultivator Hong Yang stopped talking abruptly, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. Who the hell was that? Was he tired of living? How dare he interrupt him? It was like a flame. It burned fiercely above the sea of clouds. Feeling the pressure from the countless eyes in the sky, Chongqing gritted his teeth and complained in his heart. After a moment of silence, one of the Star Kings spoke. You seem to be Prince Chongqing of the Zhurong nation. Senior uncles, I am Chongqing. Chongqing let out a sigh of relief. He recognized the Star King who spoke, the divine Fire Star King. Among the 9 Star Kings, this Star King had some ties with the Zhurong family. Chongqing, this is not the place for you to mess around, the divine Fire Star King said with a serious tone. The divine Fire Star King was a little puzzled. He had heard about Prince Chongqing from his old friend. He had always been a steady person. Why was he so frivolous today? Chongqing said with a serious face and bowed to the Star Kings above him. Senior uncles, I wouldn't dare to mess around with this. Perfected cultivator Hong Yang was so angry that he laughed and waved his hand to stop the divine Fire Star King from speaking. The divine Fire Star King frowned. He knew that the perfected cultivator was unhappy, so he immediately shook his head. This Chongqing really didn't know what was good for him. He doesn't live up to his name. The divine Fire Star King's heart sank. Perfected cultivator Hong Yang's face was cold. Chongqing, let me ask you, who is your senior brother? Chongqing's eyes lit up. Is it senior brother Qin Feng? Qin Feng. Many of the experts present were stunned. Many of the experts of Xingqian School had never heard of this name. Among them, 3 of the Star Kings were surprised. The Sunset Star King, the White Dragon Star King, and the Heaven Net Star King had some impressions of Qin Feng. Qin Feng had helped Gongsun Jinyan destroy the 100 Flowers Demon City, which left a deep impression on the 3 Star Kings. It's him? Perfected cultivator Hong Yang frowned. He didn't have a good impression of Qin Feng. Troublemaker. Lawless. Ever since Qin Feng came to the Peach Blossom Stronghold, a series of events had happened. Strictly speaking, the attack on the Golden Light Demon Kingdom was related to this new successor. Even though Qin Feng had repeatedly made meritorious contributions on the battlefield, and his military exploits were outstanding, perfected Lord Hong Yang looked indifferent. You said that he has already infiltrated the Golden Light Demon Palace? Obviously, he didn't believe this at all. Many Star Kings also looked at Chongqing as if they were watching a joke. Chongqing said with a smile, That's right. Senior brother Qin Feng said that he had already used a secret method to sneak into the Golden Light Demon Palace. Martial Granduncle only needs to wait for the right time to attack the Golden Light Demon Palace from the inside and outside. What a joke. Nonsense. Sneaking into the Golden Light Demon Palace? That's impossible. You're daydreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, Crown Prince Chongqing heard a lot of undisguised mockery. For a moment, anger rushed from the bottom of his heart to his cheeks, and his handsome face was filled with blood. These people don't know anything. If they can't do it, they must think that others can't. Perfected Lord Hong Yang smiled coldly and glanced at Chongqing. Chongqing, this joke isn't funny at all. You can leave now. Chongqing, you've been fooled by Qin Feng. What kind of place do you think the Golden Light Demon Palace is? That's the supreme treasure of an ancient demon ancestor. The palace seals heaven and earth. Even a mosquito can't get in, let alone a living person. Another expert called the Dark Eyes Star King reprimanded him rudely. This female expert called the Dark Eye Star King had always been close to Gong Ao. Her pretty face was filled with anger. Chongqing, you've disrupted the morale of the army and obstructed military affairs. I have reason to suspect that you're in cahoots with the Wildlands. Men, take him away and lock him up. He'll be dealt with after this battle. Who dares? If we miss the opportunity, which one of you can bear the responsibility? Chongqing exploded. These people were really old and muddle-headed. Many Star Kings frowned inwardly. Chongqing did not seem to be lying about military intelligence. How dare you talk about responsibility with me? The Dark Ice Star King sneered. She waved her sleeve and froze Chongqing with a beam of cold light. The Divine Fire Star King stared at the Dark Ice Star King and said, Junior sister, you've gone too far, haven't you? If this is true, I'm afraid you, and I can't afford to offend him. The Divine Fire Star King had heard about the conflict between Qin Feng and the Gong Ao group. The Dark Ice Star King and Gong Ao had always had an ambiguous relationship. It was said that they used to be master and disciple. However, to freeze Chongqing, the crown prince of the Zhu Rong country, right in front of him, was not giving him face. No one knew that he and the ancestor of the Zhu Rong country were sworn brothers. Senior Brother Divine Fire, you worry too much. Humph, Qin Feng is just a kid who has cultivated for a few years. How could he sneak into the Golden Light Demon Palace? If it were Gong Ao, the #1 true disciple, he might be able to do it. He grabbed Chongqing and handed him to a team of star generals. Take him away and lock him up. We'll investigate him after this battle. Many overlords shook their heads when they saw this. Chongqing had been completely implicated by Qin Feng. Even if he didn't die after being captured, he would at least lose a layer of skin. He would never have a bright future in the future. The Dark Ice Star King was expressionless. Senior Brother Hong Yang, please start assigning tasks again. Perfected cultivator Hong Yang glanced at the Star Kings. His gaze paused for a moment on the Divine Fire Star King, who was still livid. Then, he started assigning tasks again. The Divine Fire Star King's face was gloomy. He glanced at the Dark Ice Star King with hatred in his heart. Dark Ice, I'm not done with you. It was the Dark Ice Star King. A cold-looking girl in a white dress sneered. Qin Feng, so what if you've become a true disciple? You've exterminated my entire clan. I won't let you off easily. I'll make you beg for death. I can't deal with you now, but I won't let any of the people around you off. The viciousness in her eyes seemed to be tangible. Beside her, many disciples occasionally glanced at this young girl, their gazes burning with a trace of respect. This girl's identity was not simple. She was the new disciple of the Dark Ice Star King. She was Guan Ruolin, a new inner disciple of Xingqian School. After successfully sneaking into the Golden Light Demon Palace, Qin Feng didn't stay idle. He activated the primeval Demon Heart Sutra. Countless heart demons were silently released by him with 3 steps, sweeping towards the surrounding demon kings. At this time, many demon kings were not on guard in the Golden Light Demon Palace. In an instant, many demons merged with the demon kings. Qin Feng was very careful and did not attack the overlords above the demon saint level. The demon saint had condensed the saintly Dao law. The saintly Dao law was impenetrable. Unless he could advance his body to the saint level, he would be discovered once he attacked. However, even so, in less than 2 hours, most of the demon kings below the saint level in the palace had their inner demons spread by Qin Feng. When the inner demons appeared, the Golden Light Demon Palace would definitely be in chaos. Chapter 749. When the time came, Qin Feng would strike again. No matter how powerful the ancient demon palace was, there would still be flaws. Demonic woman, tell me, where is the treasury? Qin Feng transmitted a message to the demonic woman in the grotto heaven. Think of a way to go deeper into the palace. It's right in the depths of this ancient palace. The demonic woman's lazy voice sounded. All right, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. You have to be careful. This palace contains many powerful demonic restrictions and traps. If that golden light demonic butterfly finds out your identity, you won't be able to escape. Don't worry, Qin Feng sneered. After accidentally cultivating the Demon Lord Law, he was already able to use some of the special techniques in the ancient Demon Heart Sutra. The power of the Demon Heart might not be that strong, but in terms of survival, it was top-notch. Now that he had countless demons scattered around, as long as these demons weren't destroyed, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. Even if his true body was destroyed, as long as he had time, he could still recover. But if his true body was destroyed, his vitality would be greatly damaged. He might even miss out on this golden opportunity. If possible, Qin Feng would try his best to avoid the risk. Boom! At this moment, the entire golden light demon palace suddenly shook violently. Countless demon kings had a change of expression. It was as if countless meteors had fallen on the palace. Crack! Crack! It was earth-shattering. Standing in the demon palace, Qin Feng seemed to be able to see the depths of the boundless void. A terrifying figure appeared with a divine banner in his hand. When the divine banner waved, the void turned into chaos. Even the sky trembled under the banner. The endless dimension couldn't withstand the power of the divine flag and was forcefully torn apart. The power shattered everything. The entire golden light continent was shaking violently. Large areas of the palace were instantly turned into ashes. Ancient star divine flag? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Five-colored divine palace, suppress. The demon empress stood up and emitted a terrifying demonic power. She was like a stabilizing needle, suppressing the golden light continent. Demon kings, please lend me a hand. An angry shout rang out. Countless monster kings stood up and unleashed waves of shocking monster chi, which gathered towards a crystal ball in front of the throne. The entire trembling demon palace instantly stabilized. Those destroyed palaces and jade buildings were restored inch by inch. It was truly a magnificent sight. Good chance. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng activated the heart demon technique and turned into a black gas. He rushed out of the leaf fire snake's body and silently rushed into the depths of the palace. Rumble. Hearing the thunderous booms, Qin Feng scanned the palace with his divine will. Almost all the restrictive spells in the palace had revealed themselves. He felt as if he was walking back and forth in his own home. Amazing! This junior brother Qin Feng's mastery of forbidden techniques is even more amazing than some 7th-grade mystic masters who have cultivated for 1,000 years. Many of the experts in his body were secretly amazed. Within the demon palace, there were layers upon layers of restrictive spells, and many of them possessed terrifying powers that would make even great saints tremble in fear. Many of the restrictive spells were intricate and secretive. Even celestial Maiden Jialan was wary of them. However, in everyone's eyes, Qin Feng was moving freely. Celestial Maiden Jialan had her eyes on Qin Feng's mysterious escape technique that allowed him to enter the Golden Light Demon Palace. In her opinion, this escape technique was simply beyond her imagination. It could turn illusory into solid, and solid into illusory. It was simply impossible to guard against. To be honest, Celestial Maiden Jialan believed that she could suppress Qin Feng in a one-on-one battle. However, if she wanted to defeat or kill him, she could only sigh at her inadequacy with this escape technique alone. He's a terrifying opponent. However, Celestial Maiden Jialan was also worried. Although Qin Feng's cultivation technique was strong, she also saw some flaws. It was not impossible to counter it. Xingqian School had a few divine powers and even astral weapons that were more effective against this kind of cultivation technique. For example, the Big Dipper Divine Seal, the 3 stars Tranquil Spirit Painting. There was also the Clear Fortune Sacred Banner, which was ranked 64th among the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Weapons, and the Triple Origin Command Ring, which was ranked 68th. Jialan could see that the nemesis of Qin Feng's technique was the Qi of Clear Fortune, the Qi of Black and Yellow, and the Qi of Righteousness, which were extremely yang or pure energies. The Clear Fortune Sacred Banner was a divine weapon refined from the life Qi of countless clear fortune stars in the sky. It was naturally effective against inner demons. I just don't know if he can get rid of these flaws when he cultivates this cultivation technique to a high level. In the depths of the stars, Celestial Maiden Jialan's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of contemplation. Following the demonic maiden's guidance, Qin Feng passed through layers of restrictions and gradually came to the depths of the demon palace. From afar, Qin Feng sensed an extremely grand aura. It was the aura of life. This rich life aura was like a flame. Sensing this aura, Qin Feng's face darkened. He faintly felt a trace of unease. This is he. The demonic maiden's faint laughter came from the grotto heaven. I've been tricked. In the next moment, a terrifying power surged. In an instant, Qin Feng fell into a vast world. There was a huge, ancient tree that reached the sky. It was a golden ancient tree. The ancient tree towered into the sky, and its branches were like dragons. It was awe-inspiring. Above the ancient tree, there was a gigantic, dragon-like glazed totem that shone with 7-colored divine light. At the instant he arrived, a cold light flashed in the depths of Qin Feng's eyes. It was as if two irresistible forces were staring at him. That cold gaze was like the heavens looking at an ant. This power has surpassed the 9th level of the Sage Sun. I can't resist it. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with a bloody aura as he came to this conclusion. His life was threatened, and a violent rage burned fiercely from the bottom of his heart. He formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, the chaos grotto heaven in his body shrank violently. A destructive power appeared from the center. In the depths of the grotto heaven, the demonic maiden was smiling proudly in the sacred spring of life. However, in the next moment, a terrifying sense of danger appeared in the depths of her soul. She felt that the power of the entire grotto heaven was rapidly shrinking, collapsing, and converging at one point. She tried to open the grotto heaven, but in the next moment, her expression changed. At this moment, she found that the grotto heaven that she could tear apart easily in the past was like an impenetrable fortress at this moment. The demonic maiden's expression changed. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Self-destruct. I'll kill you and the 2 wood ancestors outside. Qin Feng sneered. The blood-red light in his eyes was like a waterfall in the ocean. Once his life was threatened, Qin Feng would not hesitate to use his ultimate power to counterattack. Self-destruct the grotto heaven and kill the demonic maiden and the 2 wood ancestors in one fell swoop. What? The demonic maiden's expression changed. Her beautiful eyes widened in anger. You're crazy. This is a misunderstanding. I'm just joking with you. The demonic maiden was shocked and angry. She did not expect Qin Feng's reaction to be so big. I'm not joking with you. His eyes were extremely fierce. In the depths of the grotto heaven, above the chaos heavenly Tao's wheel, a nirvanic flame of destruction lingered. The entire grotto heaven seemed to be gathering power. This power locked every inch of space in the grotto heaven. Once it exploded, heaven and earth would collapse. The demonic maiden was very clear about the power of the self-destruction of a medium-sized grotto heaven. Not to mention her and the 2 wood ancestors, whose strength had been greatly reduced. Even the entire golden light demonic palace would be blown to the sky. This joke is too big. The demonic maiden's mouth was bitter. Chapter 750. Countless gray flames of destruction were burning on the crystal wall. The destructive power was like a tornado, shrouding the many experts of Xingqian school in their bodies. Everyone, Qin Feng ventured into the depths of the demon nest and fell into the trap of the 2 wood ancestors. I have no choice but to sacrifice myself. I hope that everyone can lend me a hand to destroy the wood ancestors. At the same time, Qin Feng's ashamed voice was transmitted into their bodies. Junior brother Qin Feng, you don't have to do this. Since we enter the battlefield, we have already made plans for today. Perfected cultivator Hong Wan's voice was transmitted. I only know how to die for the country on the battlefield. Why should I die on a battlefield? Perfected cultivator Xian Yin smiled elegantly, her white robe as white as snow. To be able to drag the 2 wood ancestors down with us. Our cultivation is not in vain. Kill. Although many experts were reluctant to leave, their hearts were roused by Qin Feng to fight to the death. The situation outside was clear to all the sages. With the 2 wood ancestors targeting them, the sages had no chance to escape. They could only fight to the death. A surge of power surged from his body, rushing into his veins and turning into a divine light that rushed out of his body. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent that seemed to have materialized. He slammed his palm heavily into the void. The two supreme laws that sealed the void were instantly shaken, as if they were forcibly shaken. The surrounding void was like shaking mud tiles, falling layer by layer. In the depths of the void, two terrifying wills exuded a terrifying killing intent, like two peerless divine swords. In an instant, they were above Qin Feng's head. It was too late to dodge. The first technique of the celestial devil, collapse. Qin Feng formed a seal with one hand, as if an ancient demonic mountain suddenly blasted out. The two golden wooden thorns were instantly destroyed by the demonic mountain. The vast demonic mountain traced back to its source, as if it had shattered the endless void. In an instant, it appeared above the two ancient divine trees and slammed down heavily. The Golden Light Palace was shaking violently, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. What's going on? Sensing the changes in the depths of the palace, the demon empress in the center of the palace changed her expression. Many demon kings looked at the depths of the demon palace in shock. A huge demonic mountain suddenly appeared and smashed down. For a moment, many demon kings thought they were going to be crushed. It's him. As one of the actual controllers of the demon palace, the demon empress only needed an instant to understand the changes in the demon palace. Qin Feng's figure appeared in front of the demon monarchs. How could it be him? Many demon monarchs' faces trembled. Everyone, even if I have to die here today, I will make sure that the entire demon palace is destroyed. An intense surge of energy gushed forth from Qin Feng. Qin Feng's body was brimming with killing intent. He waved his sleeves, and the entire chaos paradise turned into a huge gray sword that was dozens of miles long. Looking at that terrifying, huge sword, many demon monarchs were dumbfounded. Terrifying gray flames burned on the huge sword. Just one look at it made many demon monarchs feel as though their souls were about to scatter. In the depths of the Golden Light Palace, a majestic golden-robed man and a beautiful golden-robed woman's expression changed. Not good. This is using the paradise as a sword. Where did this lunatic come from? He burned the entire paradise just because of a disagreement. The majestic golden-robed man almost pulled off his beard that he had painstakingly regrown. We can't let him hit us. Let's work together. But let's get through this first. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered with a faint golden light. The two of them struck out at the same time. Nirvana law, soul nirvana. Creation law, life deprivation. Two supreme laws were blasted out. They truly had the might to overturn the heavens and earth. The entire space started burning as they rushed towards Qin Feng, just like that. Innate chaos tidal extinction sword. Open. Qin Feng roared in a low voice. The void was completely split open. The vast sword light slashed the two laws and destroyed them like tofu. The two wood ancestors were horrified as the sword light slashed the outer golden light defense of the divine tree. It was like a divine axe had struck the divine tree. Crack. Visible to the naked eye, it left a hole that was dozens of feet deep. Pucci. The golden-robed, middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His face was frighteningly pale. How is this possible? Haven't he cut open our power of laws? The golden-robed man's eyes were filled with disbelief. Boom! At this moment, a towering giant palm appeared in the void. It was as if it came from the depths of the endless void. It slammed heavily on the divine tree. Two evil creatures, your end is here. In the void, a cold voice sounded. Damn it. When the two heard this voice, their faces had a trace of anger. This person had been secretly watching them. They knew that the reason why they hadn't made a move was because the strength of the two sides was almost the same. The two sides had formed a fragile balance. Now, the balance was broken. The two of them were secretly anxious. Boundless golden light erupted from the two divine trees beneath their feet. The power of the divine trees formed a huge cage. When a huge palm landed on the cage, there was an explosion that sounded like a clap of thunder. Good chance. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The whole cave was being destroyed at an accelerated speed. Endless destructive nirvana fire covered the entire cave. The outer illusory plane was burning. The demonic woman was shocked. Qin Feng, stop. If you go on like this, your entire cave will be destroyed. Have you forgotten the deal between you and me? Deal. No one dares to threaten me with my life. Qin Feng's eyes were ferocious. Anyone who dared to threaten his life must die. They must be killed, turned into beasts. Chaotic slaughter. With a shocking roar, the terrifying chaotic sword seemed to have the power to destroy the endless void. It burned fiercely and turned into a shocking sword light that rushed into the divine trees. Ah! The two wood ancestors couldn't bear it and screamed at the same time. In a loud bang, the two wood ancestors had half of their bodies chopped off. Although the wounds recovered quickly, the aura on their bodies was obviously much dimmer. Well done. In the void, a peerless goddess in a green gown smiled with her long, shapely eyebrows that were like jade feathers. Well done. This attack was really a stroke of genius. The two wood ancestors were seriously injured. Kill. Kill the golden light demon empress. It's time for us to make a contribution. Kill our way out. Suddenly, the goddess looked at the demon palace. At this time, the demon palace was already in chaos. Many demon kings were talking and laughing just now. Now, they were stabbing the demon kings around them. In the palace, the smoke of war was everywhere. Good chance. I can take advantage of this opportunity to turn the situation around. The goddess's expression changed, and there was a hint of joy on her face. She was actually under a lot of pressure from rashly starting this war. If she could win this war, her status in the sect would definitely be improved. She might even have a chance to become the Origin Wood God. However, when she scanned the outside with her divine thought, she was furious. Are these guys as stupid as pigs? Why are they still watching the show? Why aren't they killing? Chapter 751. 15 minutes ago, when Qin Feng triggered his inner demon and the Golden Light demonic palace was in complete chaos. Outside the palace, perfected cultivator Hong Yang, perfected cultivator Qin Huang, and the 9 Star Kings immediately sensed the changes in the palace. It's chaotic. It's really chaotic. It seems that what Prince Chongqing said was true. We wronged Prince Chongqing. The expressions of many experts changed. Many experts were stirred as they looked at the 9 Star Kings, especially the leader, perfected cultivator Hong Yang. Many experts of Xingqian school had strange expressions on their faces. This was a slap in the face. Previously, many Star Kings denied Chongqing's information, but now they made a false accusation. Foolish and incompetent, obstinate and self-opinionated. Once the news spread, perfected cultivator Hong Yang would inevitably be labeled as such. The 9 Star Kings looked at each other and secretly released their divine senses to observe the entire Golden Light demonic palace. In the beginning, the Golden Light demonic empress used the Golden Light demonic palace, an ancient treasure, to seal the surrounding void, making the palace like an airtight iron gate. However, the 9 Star Kings could easily detect the traces of chaos. Many demon kings were fighting, and the power of laws in the Golden Light demonic palace was surging. These traces could hardly be concealed. Senior brother Hong Yang, it seems that my nephew's information is true. That true disciple, named Qin Feng, did use a method unknown to us to sneak in. Seeing this, Divine Fire Star King was the first to smile. He looked around at the other Star Kings. He glanced coldly at Mystic Ice Star King, whose expression had changed, and said to perfected cultivator Hong Yang, "The opportunity is fleeting. Let's take advantage of it and attack." Perfected cultivator Hong Yang's face was as calm as water. There was also a trace of unhappiness. He had wronged Chongqing. He had even misjudged Qin Feng. Wait, Mystic Ice Star King spoke at this moment. She was dressed in white, and her face was like an ancient glacier. "Junior sister, did you find anything?" Perfected cultivator Hong Yang looked at Mystic Ice Star King. Mystic Ice Star King glanced at the entire Golden Light demonic palace and pondered for a moment. "I believe that this is a trap. Xianbing, you divine fire planet king, was furious. Even now, Xianbing was still pestering him. Didn't she know how many Xingqian school's disciples would have to sacrifice their lives for every second they wasted? True monarch Hong Yang waved his hand and stopped the divine fire star monarch from speaking. Junior sister Xianbing, what did you find? Dark Eye Star King raised her eyebrows slightly, and a sneer appeared on her cold face. Actually, it wasn't difficult to discover this trap. Let me ask you, what kind of place is this Golden Light Demon Palace? Sunset Star Monarch said, of course we know. The Golden Light Fey Metropolis is the center of the Golden Light Fey Kingdom. It's located in the land of the Dragon Veins, where countless spirit veins converge. This Golden Light Fey Palace is not only an ancient treasure of the Fey clan, but also a treasure of the Golden Light Fey Kingdom's imperial family. That's right. The Golden Light Demon Palace also has a heavenly law stone. That's why it was able to form its own country. The Rakshasa Star King also nodded. This was a woman. She wore red clothes and was quite beautiful. Her seductive red lips were like a ball of flame. The Sunset Star King's expression was solemn. Junior sister Rakshasa, you're right. This ancient Fey palace has been nurtured by the Dragon Veins and refined by the Fey Kingdom's fate. In fact, it's already surpassed the boundary of an ordinary heavenly abode. Dark Eye Star King's eyes flashed with coldness. That's right. Even experts like us who have cultivated for more than 1,000 years can't sneak in. Do you think it's reasonable for Qin Feng to sneak in? Her lips curled into a sneer, as if she had seen through Qin Feng's scheme. True monarch Hong Yang nodded secretly. But what's with the chaos in the Golden Light Demon Palace? The Divine Fire Star King was furious. Dark Eye Star King sneered. Divine Fire, I didn't expect you to be so brainless after cultivating for more than 1,000 years. Everything in front of us is even simpler. This is obviously a trap set by the Golden Light Demon Empress and Qin Feng. A trap? Many Star Kings frowned. True monarch Hong Yang's eyes flashed fiercely. Junior sister, are you saying that Qin Feng has betrayed Xingqian school? White Dragon Star King, Sunset Star King, and Heavennet Star King frowned and looked at each other. If Qin Feng had betrayed Xingqian school, the three of them wouldn't believe it. They had seen Qin Feng kill many demon saints in 100 Flowers City with their own eyes. It's true. Dark Eye Star King's eyes became brighter and brighter as she looked around at the other Star Kings. The truth is in front of us. Is Qin Feng the first to break through the gate of the Golden Light Demon Capital? The first to break through the 18 palaces and the 72 palaces? True monarch Hong Yang nodded. The information I got about Qin Feng is true. Qin Feng is indeed the first to break through the gate of the Golden Light Demon Capital, the first to break through the 18 palaces and the 72 palaces. Dark Eyes Star King chuckled. That's it. Do you think a new successor disciple of Xingqian school has such ability? Unless he is a peerless genius comparable to the top heavenly legends from the ancient times. As soon as he said this, many Star Kings frowned. It's too coincidental. Everything is too coincidental. All our plans were carried out in one go. We reached the headquarters of the Golden Light Demon Palace in just one day. It was too smooth. Dark Eye Star King's eyes were full of a sneer. Divine Fire Star King was irritated by Dark Ice Star King's sneer. What if it's true? Maybe Qin Feng is the peerless genius comparable to the top heavenly legends from the ancient times? Divine Fire Star King's face was cold. Divine Fire, you are really stupid. You haven't made any progress after 1,000 years of cultivation. Dark Ice Star King sneered. There's so much evidence and such an obvious trap. Why are you still arguing? Divine Fire Star King was furious. After being humiliated by Dark Ice Star King time and time again, he couldn't stand it anymore. When he was about to explode, immortal Hong Yang's cold eyes were like a basin of cold water poured on his head. Junior brother Xinhua, junior sister Xianbing's analysis is very reasonable, but all of this is too much of coincidence. Perhaps this is a scheme that the disciple called Qin Feng colluded with the Golden Light Demon Empress. Now they're luring us to come forward and use the power of the Golden Light Demon Palace to kill us all. Divine Fire Star King's face was red, and his eyes were full of anger. Immortal Hongyang was too partial to Dark Eye Star King. Evidence? Where's the evidence? That's enough, Junior Brother Divine Fire. Stop talking. Rakshasa Star King pulled Divine Fire Star King aside. At this moment, an extremely powerful and familiar divine thought appeared in the void like thunder. An extremely angry and majestic voice rang in the ears of all the Star Kings. Are you guys as stupid as pigs? Why are you still watching? Don't you see the internal strife in the Golden Light Demon Palace? Idiots, a bunch of idiots. You are as stupid as pigs. Are you all wild boars that have turned into spirits? That voice was flustered and exasperated. Many Star Kings, who used to be high and mighty, were like quails in front of this furious voice. Dark Eye Star King, who used to be confident, was as pale as a piece of wax paper. Immortal Hongyang's face turned green. More later. Chapter 752. All the Star Kings were scolded until their faces and ears turned red. They had high positions in Xingqian school and had never been scolded like this. But they couldn't refute it. Perfected Cultivator Hongyang and Star King Xianbing were the most embarrassed. They had made reasonable deductions before, but now their faces were green. The Star Kings glanced at Perfected Cultivator Hongyang and Star King Xianbing. The Divine Fire Star King seemed to be the most direct. She seemed to be saying that they were idiots and pigs. Perfected Cultivator Hongyang's face turned green and red. He didn't dare to have any thoughts about that person. He just stared at the Golden Light Demon Palace in front of him and roared. Kill, kill. Flatten the palace. The Star Kings attacked together. Boom. It was as if thousands of stars had fallen on the palace. Under the attack, the protective power of the palace started to shake. The second attack, the underground dragon veins shifted and the dragon just pulled out. The third attack, the power of the divine wood shook. The power of the two wood ancestors was about to be destroyed. At this moment, the star god flag from beyond the sky swept over again. Countless restrictions around the palace collapsed, and the earth veins under the palace were completely broken. The Demon Empress was shocked. She couldn't care less about killing the Demon Kings in the palace. She quickly focused her demon power on the palace. The 12 Elders of the Divine Light Ancestor stabilized the palace. Many Demon Kings took this opportunity to run around crazily and loot all the treasures in the palace. Another 5 Demon Kings joined forces with many others to break the restrictions of the palace. At this moment, the 9 Star Kings attacked for the 4th time. Crack! A muffled sound came from the depths of the earth. Countless earth veins, spirit chi, gushed out from the earth veins like a real fountain. The Golden Light Demon Palace, the huge city that the Golden Light Demon race had been living in for 10,000 years, was finally broken. The earth veins under it were shattered by the joint forces of the Xingqian school. From now on, the Golden Light Demon Palace was like water without a source, a tree without roots. Without the support of the earth veins, spirit chi, the entire palace was completely shaken. The Demon Empress was shocked and angry. She could only rely on the support of the Golden Light Demon race to stabilize the palace and resist with the essence of the palace. After all, this Demon Palace was an ancient true treasure. It would take a long time to break through. Outside the palace, the Star Kings who had flown into a rage out of humiliation were desperately bombarding the Golden Light Demon Palace. Inside the palace, Qin Feng and Goddess worked together to kill the 2 wood ancestors. The main attacker was the goddess. This unknown goddess was a terrifying existence who had cultivated the wood origin law. Under this strike, it was as if heaven and earth were turned upside down, causing the 2 wood ancestors to be unable to deal with it. Qin Feng burned up his entire paradise. Relying on this power, he used all of his understanding of the laws of thunder from his previous life in a single breath. Boundless lightning laws were summoned by him and refined by his power. In the blink of an eye, They formed the unique lightning laws of a level 9 Elysian prince. Myriad realms, lightning, annihilation. His eyes flashed with ferocity. While the two wood ancestors were occupied by the terrifying goddess in the void, he set the entire paradise ablaze. Countless destructive forces formed flames. First, the light elemental plane began to undergo nirvana. Next, countless spiritual roots turned into terrifying power in the flames and flowed into Qin Feng's body. Finally, many creatures that had been purified, and even the entire paradise, were completely burned up by the demonic woman's expression, turning into a terrifying heart-like existence. The heart of destruction. The demonic woman was tightly wrapped by the heart of destruction. An unprecedented expression appeared in her eyes as she stared at Qin Feng like a madman. This person was really crazy. He actually destroyed his entire paradise in one breath. So many spiritual roots, so many treasures. All of them turned into flames of destruction. Only 2 people and a spring were left in the entire paradise. One was the demonic woman, and the other was the sea demon queen. Extremely terrifying power gathered around Qin Feng, turning into a gray ball of light the size of a basketball in front of him. The gray ball of light was like a gray black hole, slowly rotating. A wave of world-destroying power that caused everyone's faces to be filled with horror slowly overflowed. Boom! A huge hole appeared in the ancient palace. The surrounding restriction, the universal pavilion, and the lightning emitted by the ball of light instantly turned into ashes. What is this thing? In the void, when the goddess saw the ball of light, her expression suddenly changed. The terrifying energy that permeated from the strange gray ball of light made even her feel a strange kind of oppression. He actually used this level of magical power. The 2 wood ancestors had long changed their expressions. They looked at each other and roared. The surging majestic power intertwined, and the 2 devastating laws formed a terrifying tornado. In the Golden Light Demon Palace, the Demon Kings stopped fighting and looked at the tornado in the depths of the Demon Palace. They couldn't help but change their expressions. That level of power, even a saint would be turned into dust with a light touch. 2 gigantic tornadoes, one green and one gray, seemed to have even engulfed the heavens. With a rumbling sound, a third of the primordial demon palace, this primordial demon palace, was instantly destroyed by these 2 forces. Some of the demon kings and demon saints who were relatively close died instantly. The remaining ones spat out blood and escaped from the broken demon palace without any regard for their lives. The demon empress was horrified. In the next moment, she led the 12 Golden Light elders and many elites of the Golden Light Demon Butterfly clan and flew away. More experts of the demon clan couldn't escape in time and died under the tornado. The 2 howling tornadoes rotated with each other, shaking heaven and earth. Looking at the 2 tornadoes that seemed to be about to merge, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Then, a cold smile flashed across his face, and he glanced at the gray ball of light between his palms. The gray ball of light was still stable, but the energy in it was constantly increasing. It had absorbed all of his power, including the power of the Grotto Heaven destruction. The power contained in it was not inferior to the power that burst out when he used this great magical power at full strength. The full blow of a half-step thunder demon god. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with excitement. Qin Feng stared intently at the 2 gigantic whirlwinds in the sky. The energy contained within the whirlwinds was so strong that even Qin Feng found it hard to stand still. Of course, this was also because Qin Feng had used too much energy to forcefully activate this innate technique. Qin Feng was constantly extracting the remaining life spirit spring from the heart of destruction in his body. He was trying his best to recover the depleted power in his body, waiting for the best time to attack. However, it could be seen that the 2 wood ancestors were wary of the light ball in Qin Feng's hand. They would rather give up on attacking and instead use their strongest defensive ability. They were afraid that Qin Feng would blast them out of the gray ball of light and become souls under the light ball. The light ball was constantly absorbing the power of the heart of destruction. Its power was gradually approaching the threshold that Qin Feng could control. Chapter 753. Even Qin Feng felt that he could not control the enormous power and that it was about to explode. Qin Feng felt dizzy. His soul power had been overdrawn, and he felt weak. Qin Feng was secretly shocked. He knew that he could not delay any longer. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Qin Feng changed the seal in his hand. The gray ball of light suspended in the center of his palm suddenly stopped spinning and seemed to have solidified. The next moment, a glaring electric light burst out. "Go!" Qin Feng shouted with a thunderous voice. His voice exploded. The solidified gray ball of light suddenly turned into a blurry gray light and burst out. Although the gray ball of light contained the power to destroy the team, when it passed through the void, it was silent. It was so quiet that it seemed like there were no ripples in space. However, it was this silent appearance that was even more frightening. In the depths of the void, the experts of the Golden Light race and the Star Kings of the Xingqian school also stopped fighting. They stared at the gray light in the sky without blinking. True Monarch Hong Yang and Star King Xianbing could not help but show a trace of fear on their faces. Under the gaze of countless experts on the battlefield, the gray ball of light swept across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Like a comet, it crashed into the two huge tornadoes. The size of the gray ball of light was almost disproportionate to the huge tornadoes. However, the collision was earth-shattering. Bang! Suddenly, as if the sky and earth were collapsing, the sound of thunder resounded. Many experts felt that their eardrums were completely shattered. Heaven and earth lost all sound. Then, on the horizon, a gray mushroom cloud exploded from the center of the tornadoes. Violent energy fluctuations swept out like a storm, spreading for hundreds of miles. Even the various Star Kings couldn't help but tremble at that surging and berserk energy. What kind of magical power is this? It's so terrifying. Boom! It was as if the sky had collapsed. The explosive lightning and the two overwhelming tornadoes of law entangled with each other, and a violent wave of power swept out in all directions. Boom! The remaining two-thirds of the ancient demon palace was immediately affected. It was instantly turned into dust by the lightning and laws. Even this primordial treasure couldn't withstand such terrifying power. Some of the demon kings who could not dodge in time were hit directly by the endless lightning. It was as if a heavy hammer had hit their chests. They spat out blood and were turned into ashes by the endless lightning. Next was the entire Golden Light flying continent. Endless power poured onto the ground. The entire Golden Light flying continent was a tragic sight. Even the void shattered like a mirror, cracking and falling. Crack! Accompanied the terrifying sound of the earth vein breaking. While the Golden Light Demon Tribe's experts were still in a daze, the earth vein shattered, and the entire flying continent fell to the ground in pieces. Thump! The endless lightning illuminated the dazed faces. Some of the powerful warriors who had escaped from the calamity swallowed hard. Some people wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads. In the face of such destructive power, even demon saints, great saints, and even Mother Nature were insignificant. This kind of power was already beyond the imagination of ordinary powerhouses. Above the void thousands of miles away, the various Star Kings of the Star sect gathered together. Many of the experts were shocked, and a few of them were in a sorry state. Their bodies were brushed by the terrifying lightning that swept over. They were like charcoal, and it was difficult for them to recover. "Are you all okay?" Everyone looked at each other. "I'm fine. It's just a minor injury." The Rakshasa Star King licked her scarlet lips. She could not hide the shock on her charming and sexy face. Half of her soft and fragrant body had turned into charcoal. Is this the power of that awakened ancient existence? Bai Long, Shi Yu, and Tian Luo felt a lingering fear. It was too terrifying. The Star Kings looked around. The Xingqian school had combined their formations. Although some of the Star Kings were affected, they did not suffer any losses. The Golden Light Demon Palace had suffered a great loss. More than half of the demon race experts guarding the Demon Palace were killed by the terrifying endless lightning. Almost 4/5 of the Golden Light Demon Palace's foundation was destroyed. The remaining 1/5 of the Golden Light Demon Palace's experts were seriously injured. After this attack, the Golden Light Demon Palace had no chance to turn the situation around. I wonder how the goddess and Qin Feng are doing now. The divine Fire Star King looked at the sky, trying to see through the changes in the lightning. It was hard to believe that a true disciple could survive such a great battle. Humph! He rashly participated in such a great battle. I'm afraid he will be turned into ashes in an instant. After being scolded by the goddess and embarrassing her and immortal Hong Yang, the Dark Ice Star King hated Qin Feng to the core. In fact, her original disgust had only come from her little disciple's complaint. But now, the Dark Ice Star King was extremely dissatisfied with Qin Feng. Of course, the Dark Ice Star King did not know that the attack was launched by Qin Feng. She thought it was the goddess who did it. The Star Kings looked at each other. Although they did not have a good impression of the Dark Ice Star King, most of them had the same guess. In another part of the void, the Golden Light Demon Empress' heart twitched as she looked at the Golden Light Demon Palace. She did not expect the Golden Light Demon Clan to suffer such a great loss. Almost all the experts of the Golden Light Three Realms Colored Glass Butterfly Clan were killed. Most of the Demon Kings and Demon Saints in the Desolate Land and the surrounding 5 demon kingdoms who came to help were also killed. The most serious loss was the loss of the Golden Light Demon Palace, the most precious treasure of the clan. That was the most exasperating thing. Damn bastard. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, Occupy would not be like this. The Golden Light Demon Empress gnashed her teeth at Qin Feng. Her only hope now was that the 2 divine trees were fine. Many Golden Light Demon Clan members also stared at the depths of the lightning. Boom! Under the gaze of everyone in the void, after a while, the entangled lightning and surging Dharma fluctuations in the center gradually calmed down. Lightning suddenly exploded in a place. A figure rushed out. The figure was surrounded by lightning. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. However, the Dharma of destruction of the lightning was like a huge thunder sun, which was unbelievable. This thunder sun was accompanied by waves of thunder-like sounds. Anyone could see that it was extremely difficult for him. On the other side, a dark green soft sun, like an emerald life, appeared. It was like an existence in a higher dimension, hazy and unreal. It's that ancient existence. The Star Kings instantly recognized the goddess. But who is he? Many Star Kings looked at the figure emitting terrifying fluctuations in the lightning with astonishment. The power emitted by this figure was far from what the Star Kings could look down on. With just a glance, they felt like ants. Judging from the expression of this existence, he seemed to be a friend of the goddess. Some Star Kings could not help but think, is he an old antique from Xingqian school who has awakened? Chapter 754. As the thunder clouds dissipated, the situation at the center appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The towering golden tree floated in the void, but it looked like it was riddled with holes. The countless branches that were originally dense had been cleaned, leaving only a few main branches in the center. The golden light glazed vine on the Three Realms Porio wood was even more miserable. The long vines were dried up as if they had been roasted by smoke and fire. On the divine tree, a pale-faced man and woman in golden clothes appeared in front of many experts. Spirit of the divine tree, are these the origin spirits of 2 spiritual roots that are more than 100,000 years old? They really transformed. Many people in Xingqian school were shocked. Once the origin spirits of these 100,000 years old spiritual roots transformed, they would not be weaker than some supremes. Coupled with the support of the earth veins and countless spirit veins, even some supremes would not be able to do anything. But now, it was too horrible to look at. Countless branches were bombarded and cut off by the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Who are you? Why must you make things difficult for us? The Poria wood ancestor and the glazed wood ancestor stared at Qin Feng. The strength that Qin Feng displayed was far from what a stage 2 supreme mighty could display. The two wood ancestors did not believe that the person in front of them was a stage 2 supreme mighty. In their eyes, Qin Feng was definitely a stage 9 holy sun or supremes in disguise. After all, the stage 9 thunder sacred law could not be deceived. Only a stage 9 holy sun could refine the power of laws into a unique sacred law. Hearing this, many experts could not help but look at Qin Feng. Many experts were also curious about this answer. The answer to the Poria wood ancestor was a sword light. The vast sword light passed through the severely injured Poria wood ancestor and the glazed wood ancestor. The sword light turned and directly cut the two wood ancestors' origin spirits into two. With this sword strike, the two wood ancestors were completely slain. The demon girl in the body was furious, but there was nothing she could do. The goddess's eyes changed, and she was about to make a move, but she stopped in the next moment. The entire divine tree was penetrated. Qin Feng grabbed with his hand and grabbed a mysterious law that emitted pure sunlight. The power of law flowed and turned into a crimson bead. The goddess's expression changed. Heaven Realm Law? This was the core of the two space-type divine trees, the Yang Space Law, the laws of the Heaven Realm. Qin Feng swallowed the crimson pearl, which was condensed from the Heavenly Realm's laws. Then, the pearl silently fused with his Yin soul. A surge of innate Yang Qi rushed out from his body and fused into his Yin deity like a fish. A wisp of innate pure Yang divine fire burned at his body, and countless Yang fire emerged from his body, burning away the Yin Qi in the innate Yin God. Most people could understand the pain of having their souls burned. Even with Qin Feng's mental state, he almost cried out. At this moment, not only were there many powerful cultivators from Xingqian school secretly investigating, there were also countless powerful cultivators from the demon clan spying on them from the depths of the abyss. Once they gave themselves away, Qin Feng believed that these powerful cultivators would not let him off easily. The innate Yin God was being burned inch by inch in the innate pure Yang divine fire. Qin Feng glanced at the two wood ancestors who had been killed and then glanced at the goddess above. I'm going to take their life essence. With a slap, the entire divine tree shattered into pieces, and 5 to 6 balls of light shot up into the sky. The goddess reacted quickly and grabbed the 2 balls of primeval pearls that were as green as divine trees. The position of wood ancestor. In the endless void, a few voices could be heard faintly, followed by a few huge hands that slammed towards the goddess. It's too late to react now, the goddess sneered. She moved her hands, and an ancient tree shot up into the sky from behind her. Emerald wood brilliance shot up into the sky. Visible to the naked eye, the 2 primeval pearls that represented the position of wood ancestor merged into the tree. The emerald divine tree suddenly shone with a green light, as if the wood god had descended. Many huge hands rushed over and landed on the tree before they were completely absorbed and melted. Emerald cloud, ancient tree. Looking at the ancient tree behind the goddess that was comparable to the Poria wood ancestor and the glazed wood ancestor, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with realization. This emerald cloud ancient tree was an ancient life-type spiritual root. However, the life-type spiritual root had always been inherited by the ancient tree of life. This ancient spiritual root that was not inferior to the ancient tree of life could only watch as the deity position fell and its path was blocked. Obviously, in this life, its primordial spirit had reincarnated into Xingqian school. It had even seized the position of wood ancestor. It was not wrong to call it Emerald Cloud wood ancestor now. It was just around the corner for it to attain the wood ancestor's deity position in the future. Deep in the endless void, countless existences in the wilderness were furious. The 2 wood ancestors were so close, but they were missed. Instead, they were taken advantage of by the experts of Xingqian school. For a moment, many wilderness experts attacked the Emerald Cloud Goddess. The huge power vibrated, and the entire void seemed to be shattered. Qin Feng did not care too much and grabbed the remaining 4 rays of light. He grabbed 2 emerald-like life essences in his hands. These were 2 pearls formed from the last life essence of the 100,000-year-old wood ancestor. They had the ability to reverse the universe and change life and death. Deep in the endless void, many experts were attracted by the wood ancestor's position. No one cared about Qin Feng. The other 2 were 2 seeds. These were the wood seeds of the wood ancestor after Nirvana. They were golden and the size of a goose egg. However, they looked malnourished. Qin Feng tore through the void and entered the endless void. Before tearing the void apart, his eyes flickered and his sleeves fluttered. Countless experts rushed out from his body like tens of thousands of stars. Everyone, I did not disappoint you, and broke through the golden light demon palace. We will part ways here. Let's meet again if fate allows. If you are free, please come to my Peach Blossom Village as guests. Let's meet again if fate allows. Sure. Voices could be heard. Countless figures appeared in the void. Clothes fluttered. The leader was Goddess Jialan, followed by various great sages and sage kings. Then there was true monarch Hongwan, true monarch Divine Sound, Ninth Lady Gongsun, true monarch Taimu, Zhang Han, and other sages. Tens of thousands of star soldiers and star generals. Looking at the experts of Xingqian school descending from the sky, perfected Lord Hongyang, perfected Lord Qin Huang, and the 9 star kings were shocked. Why are you guys here? Perfected Lord Hongyang waved his sleeves and gathered the disciples as though he was stirring the universe. Uncle Master Hongyang, Uncle Master Qin Huang, Uncle Master Star Kings, it was Qin Feng. It was junior brother Qin Feng who led us to kill the 2 wood ancestors. Yes, Uncle Masters, we were really satisfied just now. The entire demon palace was destroyed by us. Perfected cultivator Hongyang and the Star Kings looked at each other as they listened to the chatter of the disciples. Uncle Masters, we joined forces with junior brother Qin Feng and broke through the golden light demon palace. We did not disappoint you. Submit the decree to the sect. Goddess Jialan and the other great sages walked over and bowed. This perfected Lord Hongyang frowned. Boom! A thunderous fluctuation came from the void. In the void, Goddess Xia devoured the wood ancestor's position and displayed her might. She fought many experts of the wilderness who attacked from a distance. The Star King's expressions changed. They hurriedly led the disciples of Xingqian school and retreated thousands of miles. Qin Feng rushed into the endless void and used the void laws. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He entered the depths of the void. This time, he did not obtain the secret treasure of the Golden Light Demon Clan. However, he had achieved his final goal. He was going to break through to the Yang, God, quasi-sage realm. In a place where no one could spy on, Qin Feng's aura had already dropped to a freezing point. A layer of pure, yang divine fire that was like the sun was burning on his body. He stood in the dark void like a huge sun. The laws of the heaven realm were fusing with him bit by bit and being refined by him. There's more later. Chapter 755. With the life essence of the 200,000-year-old ancient trees. The Yin Qi in Qin Feng's innate Yin God was quickly calcined. Extreme Yin gave birth to Yang. When the last bit of Yin Qi in the innate Yin God was burned, a bit of pure Yang was born from the depths of his soul. In the blazing, innate, pure Yang divine fire, the heavenly realm's laws merged with Qin Feng at a shocking speed. The innate Yang God was born silently, emitting an extremely masculine power. The Yang God was different from the Yin God. The Yin God was extremely fragile when it left the body, but the Yang God was not. It was not afraid of the 4 elements, the 4 elements, the 4 elements, the 4 elements. Even if Qin Feng lost his physical body, he could still fly freely and reincarnate into the Tao of the God of the underworld. An incomparably tyrannical feeling was born from within his body. With a thought from Qin Feng, two spatial laws rushed out, clanging as if they had transformed into spatial chains. One was burning with dark flames. The other was burning with pure yang flames. This was the yang god's laws of the quasi-sage. This kind of law could penetrate a second stage, supreme mighty figure. In the next moment, the yin side and the yang side of the laws merged into one and turned into the primordial spirit, proving the Tao of the sage. The sage's laws contained both yin and yang. This was the true embryonic form of the laws. However, the fusion of yin and yang was not simple. It required countless years of polishing and controlling the laws. If one was too impatient, the laws would clash and yin and yang would collapse. Even a fiend god would not be able to save them. Bathing in the yang god's fire, he felt the transformation of his body and mind. Boom! The endless void trembled, and a terrifying warning appeared in his heart. The third chaos tribulation has arrived. Suddenly, Qin Feng had a kind of enlightenment. A smile flashed in his eyes. A gray light appeared in his body, like a huge heart. Every time the heart swallowed a huge amount of void essence chi. This was the heart of destruction that was born after the chaos grotto heaven was destroyed. This was the essence of the grotto heaven. There was only a spring left in the grotto heaven, and a palm-sized territory. This was the demoness. The siren queen was suppressed in it and lived in an inch of land. In Qin Feng's eyes, this was actually a seed, an imperfect world seed. It was rumored that there was an ancient tree in the world called the Hongmeng tree. The Hongmeng tree was also the world tree and could produce seeds. That was the world seed. Every world tree seed that was plucked by a powerhouse could evolve into a perfect paradise. Although Qin Feng's heavenly grotto heaven was huge, it was actually full of flaws. Therefore, he decisively channeled the flames of destruction and reborn it, turning it back into a seed. In Qin Feng's eyes, as long as he infused the last bit of essence of the two wood ancestors into it, it would not be a problem for him to reactivate the world seed with the hundreds of thousands of life essence of the two wood ancestors. Qin Feng was not a reckless person. Naturally, he would not destroy the grotto heaven that he had painstakingly opened just because of a moment of anger. This was his foundation. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Boom! At this moment, boundless fiery, baleful chi that could incinerate the heavens descended. The entire heart of destruction burned with countless flames from inside out. The third tribulation, fire tribulation? In the heavenly grotto heaven, the demonic woman looked at the infinite divine fire that was sweeping towards her. A hint of coldness appeared in her eyes as she came to a realization. She seemed to have figured out a certain key point. What a scheme! What a method! She muttered to herself. She was so angry that she laughed. On the side, the sea-calming pearl flew out of the Siren Queen's body. An azure divine light enveloped her slender figure. However, in this terrifying fire tribulation, the Siren Queen's beautiful face could not help but reveal a hint of fear. Under the infinite divine fire, the world seed was being burned. Black smoke appeared from the world seed. It was a magazine. Vaguely, countless living beings appeared in the black smoke. These were all living beings that had been converted by Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. If the heavenly grotto heaven was still intact, and these living beings had not been burned to nirvana by the flames of destruction, they would have been immediately activated by the power of the chaos fire tribulation and become the source of chaos. This chaos fire tribulation was not an ordinary flame. It was the fire of revolution. As long as there were any abnormalities in the heavenly grotto heaven, they would be awakened by the fire of revolution. They would turn into flames and burn the heavenly grotto heaven to ashes. Qin Feng had previously converted countless living beings. These tyrannical existences were all brought in from the outside world. They contained an obvious aura of abnormalities and were incompatible with the heavenly grotto heaven. To the chaos heavenly grotto heaven, they were outsiders. They were abnormalities and also variables. Although they were converted and temporarily suppressed, they were not the original living beings born in the chaos, heavenly grotto heaven. If they were not destroyed and melted by Qin Feng in one breath, they would be stimulated by the flames and have the intention to change the world. They would take the initiative to attack the heavenly grotto heaven and change the life of Qin Feng, the creator. This was the third tribulation. Qin Feng had planned ahead. He destroyed and melted many living beings that he had converted in one breath. From nirvana, their spirituality was completely integrated into the heavenly grotto heaven. This was also the reason why the demoness said that Qin Feng was impatient. Everyone knew that Qin Feng had destroyed his own heavenly grotto heaven because his life was threatened. In fact, he was just using this to complete the layout and be reborn. Without a carrier to withstand the fire of tribulation, the entire third tribulation was quickly destroyed. Countless abnormalities were burned by the fire of tribulation. The entire heavenly grotto heaven emitted a kind of life aura after the lightning. Qin Feng smiled slightly. 2 life origin beads appeared, and he casually sent the 2 life origin beads into it. The Heart of Destruction received the extremely rich life origin beads. In an instant, it was like a withered seed that had its last vitality stimulated. The heavenly grotto heaven began to be reborn. Like a divine tree, it took root and sprouted in the void. The entire chaos heavenly grotto heaven began to evolve with the spring of life as the center. Seeds of nirvana grew from the ground. Chaos ancient tree, great desolate iron tree, dragon blood ancient tree, sway tree, gourd spirit root. Countless spirit roots and spirit herbs obtained the legacy of the 2 wood ancestor in the depths of the heavenly grotto heaven. The chaotic mountain also reappeared in the heavenly grotto heaven. The last to appear was the ancient tree of life. The small tree of life grew extremely tall. Its trunk was like a dragon, and it was filled with countless fruits. The life aura flowed within the fruits. Those were the experts that Qin Feng destroyed and converted in one breath. These experts were all reincarnated as native life forms in the heavenly grotto heaven. Their life imprints were poured into the tree of life by Qin Feng, and they would be born under the tree of life in the future. They were no longer outsiders. They would be the first batch of initial living beings in the heavenly grotto heaven. This was the strongest part of the ancient tree of life. The elemental realm of light was also reborn. The entire heavenly grotto heaven emitted a vitality that it did not have before, and it also had a kind of vastness. There was no longer the chaos that was caused by the previous head-on clashes. Qin Feng felt that the power of the heavenly grotto heaven's origin had returned, and it was even stronger. It was like a young divine tree, full of vitality. He was unprecedentedly strong. He was not an ordinary quasi-sage. Moreover, he was a space quasi-sage. The heaven realm's law had been nurtured in the 2 divine trees for hundreds of thousands of years. It was ridiculously strong. Qin Feng even had a terrifying feeling that he could kill an ordinary quasi-sage with a thought. Slightly getting up, Qin Feng scanned the dark void around him. He did not know how long he stayed there. Qin Feng tore through the void and appeared above a vast sea of mountains. At this moment, a message appeared in his mind. It was a message from one of the avatars. Upon receiving this message, Qin Feng's face instantly turned gloomy. Yu Yao was kidnapped. Chapter 756. Ever since Qin Feng took over, Cloud Lake City had become more and more prosperous. The huge city was located at the bank of Cloud Lake and was supported by the Broken Spirit Mountain Range. Countless spiritual herbs gathered here and attracted many martial artists. Especially after Yu Yao took over Cloud Lake City, the entire city seemed to have been revitalized. Countless families were born like bamboo shoots after the rain. However, the strongest family in Cloud Lake City was still the Qin family. Next was the Li family. The ancestor of the Li family was Li Xiuyun. After all, he was a martial arts powerhouse. Third was the Yu family. The Yu family was a new family. According to their strength, they wouldn't have the chance to be third. The ancestor of the Yu family was only a sea of reincarnation realm martial artist. In the past, a sea of reincarnation realm martial artist might be able to oversee a region. However, in a huge city like Cloud Lake City, he would at most be ranked at the bottom. However, there were rumors in Cloud Lake City that the Pearl of the Yu family was the consul of Cloud Lake City. She was one of the matriarchs of Cloud Lake City's Qin family. She looked like a monk and a Buddha. Speaking of this consul, many major powers were amazed. Lady Yu Yao was the pearl of the entire Cloud Lake City. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but even some thousand-year-old families couldn't help but be amazed by her handling of government affairs. Cloud Lake City, which had been in a mess previously, had become prosperous in just a few months under the efforts of this young Mississippi. This made Cloud Lake City, a remote place, become a flourishing place within a radius of 10,000 miles. Repairing roads, building docks, supporting the transportation of grain, establishing diplomatic relations with the surrounding main cities. Everything was eye-catching. However, recently, the entire Cloud Lake City was shrouded in a storm. It was rumored that the Pearl of Cloud Lake, Yu Yao, had disappeared recently in the city lord residence. How could she disappear for no reason? Who dares to kidnap Lady Yu? The first elder of the Qin family, Qin Qingyun, sat on the first seat on the left. His dignified face was filled with anger. At first, Qin Qingyun was rather against Yu Yao. Letting an outsider take charge of the Qin family seemed to make him sick. However, reality proved that Qin Feng's foresight was right. Not only the entire Cloud Lake City, even the Qin family was rapidly growing under Lady Yu Yao's leadership. Yu Yao had proven her ability. Qin Qingyun and the other Qin clan elders also gradually accepted Yu Yao from the depths of their hearts. But just as Cloud Lake City was about to get on the right track, Yu Yao suddenly disappeared. It shouldn't have been done by the experts of Cloud Lake City. They wouldn't have the guts. Second Elder Qin Xinghong was deep in thought. He didn't believe that there would be anyone in Cloud Lake City who would risk offending the Qin clan and attack Yao Yao. That's hard to say. Yu Yao isn't a good person to begin with. Who knows? She might have hooked up with someone and eloped. Qin Yuemei's subordinates mocked and ridiculed him. That's not impossible. An outsider will always be an outsider. One of the young Qin clan elders also curled his lips. His gaze was slightly fawning as he looked at Qin Mei. The three elders of the Qin family naturally knew what these youngsters were thinking. On the side, the four Thunder Rumbling Sect's guest elders exchanged a glance with each other. Bao Wen, Chui Haiming, Chui Wenxiang, and Zhong Wanwu lowered their heads and looked down. It's not good for the few of you to participate in the internal strife of the Qin clan. However, the four guest elders truly admired Yu Yao. A few of them were even impressed by Yu Yao's elegance and admired her. But they were clear that Yu Yao was the city lord's woman. Even if they were given 3 guts, they wouldn't dare to touch Qin Feng's woman. Everyone, think carefully. The city lord will be back soon. If you can't give him an explanation, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape punishment. Qin Qinghua frowned. The beautiful woman had a headache over the family's conflict. But where there were people, there would be conflicts. In the imperial court, there were conflicts between factions. It was inevitable that such factions would appear in the Qin clan's new family. In front of them, the 3 elders were in one faction. The female disciples were in a group with Qin Yuemei as the leader. Among the young elders, 4th Elder Qin Shuang was engrossed in cultivation, while 6th Elder Qin Hai was ambitious. This 5th elder had always been the admirer of 5th Elder Qin Mei. However, the falling flowers were unrequited. Qin Yuemei only had the city lord in her eyes. When 3rd Elder Qin Qinghua spoke, everyone fell silent and felt a headache. Many of the Qin clan disciples present didn't care about Yu Yao. Many of them didn't care about Yu Yao. But they had to consider their city lord, Patriarch, and Patriarch. Was it that Southwind City's Chow guy who did something? Guest Elder Bao Wen suddenly asked. The scar on the azure-robed youth's face trembled. This elder remembers that ever since South Wine City's young city lord, Chao Kuan, saw Misyu last time, he had always had feelings of admiration for Misyu. Could it be that he was rejected by Misyu? So he had evil intentions and sent people to kidnap Misyu? Second, Elder Qin Qinghong's expression changed, and he shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. Chao Kuan is South Wine City's only son and is known as the Chao family's most outstanding branch. He has a good reputation. Moreover, this young Master Chao is an inner disciple of Xingchen School. He knows the severity of the situation. Our Patriarch is a direct disciple of Xingchen School. If he offended our Patriarch, the Patriarch only needs to say a word to make him suffer. I don't think he has the guts to touch Misyu. Some of the younger elders' eyes flashed with pride as they nodded their heads. That's true. The city lords of the surrounding main cities are mostly from sections. They should know the importance of a direct disciple in a sect. They have always been respectful to our Yunhu City's Qin family. They shouldn't be courting death. With a bang, Qin Xingyun smashed the table in front of him with his palm and said with hatred, in short, no matter who dares to kidnap our Qin family's future mistress, even if we have to turn the entire Yunhu City upside down, we must find him. No need. A faint voice suddenly sounded from the void. Everyone's expression changed. In the next moment, they were pleasantly surprised. They stood up from their seats and bowed towards the empty throne. Patriarch. On the throne, a youth dressed in black appeared coldly. He was dressed in a feudal robe and a crown. His robe was black with a red ribbon. He had a jade pendant and a Ganjiang sword on his belt. In an instant, an immeasurable majesty pressed down on everyone's hearts. Under this majesty, many of the Qin family's elders felt as if they were ants. Even the void was stagnant. So strong. The 4 guest elders of the Thunder Rumbling clan were shocked. He's actually so strong. Even the Patriarch of the Thunder Rumbling clan doesn't have such a terrifying aura. The 4 of them were shocked. Looking at the many elders of the Qin family, Qin Feng said slowly, "Get up. Patriarch, we are useless. Miss Yu Yao has been missing for 2 days, and we still haven't found her. Patriarch, please punish us." Qin Xingyun, Qin Xinghong, Qin Xingyue, and the other elders of the Qin family gritted their teeth and stepped forward to apologize. There are at least 2 more chapters later. Don't rush them. Try to come out before 10 p.m. Chapter 757. Qin Feng coldly looked at the group of elders. Qin Xingyun, Qin Xinghong, and Baowen broke out in cold sweat. That terrifying gaze made them tremble. Patriarch has become stronger again. Qin Xingyun was afraid, but at the same time, he was secretly happy. The stronger Qin Feng was, the more secure the Qin clan would be. Don't look at how mighty the Qin family is now. Without Qin Feng, they are nothing. All of you stand up. You're all too weak. That person is not someone you can fight against. The elders looked at each other. Their patriarch seemed to know something. Patriarch, may I ask who did it? Cui Haiming of the 4 Thunder Sons asked. Regarding Qin Feng's words, the Thunderous 4 sons were unconvinced from the bottom of their hearts. What did he mean by too weak? Even the Thunder clan of the 800 Pans Gates, the 4 of them were considered geniuses. When had anyone ever said that they were too weak? Qin Feng shook his head after taking in the expressions of the group of people. Take a look. De Xiu waved his hand, and a black ancient mirror appeared in his hand. The moon-gazing mirror. This was the treasure of the ancient moon god, although it was damaged. In the past, Gong Ao's men had used this ancient mirror to track Qin Feng's aura. They were killed by Qin Feng and seized the treasure. The surface of the black mirror was like water. Gradually, the scene from a few days ago appeared in the mirror. This ancient mirror can actually rewind the scene based on the aura left behind. The 4 Thunder Sons widened their eyes. This kind of supreme treasure was truly mysterious to the extreme. On the mirror, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, a dignified and elegant lady in a yellow dress was reviewing government affairs. Under the light, The lady's beautiful face was elegant and beautiful. Between her brows, there was an aura of absolute power. This lady was Yu Yao. In the middle of the night, when the lights flickered, a gigantic hand suddenly appeared in the air. Yu Yao's expression changed, and just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, she was grabbed by the gigantic hand and dragged away into the void. In the main hall, many experts broke out in cold sweat. Even though they were separated by the void, they could not help but feel a sense of despair, shattering the void with a single palm strike and sealing the void. Many of the Qin clan's elders who were present felt that they were helpless against such an ability. They could only watch helplessly as the young man was taken away. At the very least, he's a powerful being. It's not just that martial magnates can only reach the basic level of void manipulation. Rank 1 Almighty can tear void manipulation, but this giant hand must have attack from a great distance away. It must be at least a rank 2 Almighty to be able to grab Miss Yu. The 4 elders of the Thunder Rumbling sect had a broader vision. Unparalleled, Almighty. The elders of the Qin family kept quiet out of fear. This kind of existence was high and mighty. In their eyes, it was a legendary existence that they had only heard of. A single breath from such an existence was enough to wipe out millennium-old families like the Qin family, Yu family, Ning family, and Su family. Even the vast Yin kingdom did not have the ability to withstand a single finger of a supreme being. This had already exceeded their understanding. Patriarch, should we give up? Qin Xingyun was anxious. The Qin family of Cloud Lake City could not afford to offend a supreme being. What do you mean give up? He's just a rank 2 Almighty. Qin Feng sneered. What? The Qin family members were shocked. This man's tone was not ordinary. A mere supreme mighty figure? This was not ordinary arrogance. Seeing that Qin Xingyun, Qin Xinghong, and the others were about to speak, Qin Feng knew what they wanted to say. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about this matter. You don't have to worry about this matter. Protect the Qin clan for me. This person dared to kidnap my concubine. He's simply stepping on the lion's head. No matter who he is, even if he's at the ends of the earth, I will find him and cut him into pieces." Qin Feng stood up from his throne. Yu Yao was his concubine in name. Touching his concubine was simply touching his reverse scale. In the depths of his heart, Qin Feng first suspected Yi Ding and the others. Yi Ding and the others had always been against him. Seeing that Cloud Lake City was growing, they had a reason to touch a key person like Yu Yao. Without Yu Yao, the Qin family's development would indeed be greatly restricted. Seeing that Qin Feng stood up, Qin Xinhua suddenly thought of something and immediately spoke. Patriarch, there's one more thing. I don't know if I should say it. Everyone looked at Qin Xinhua. What? Speak. Patriarch, recently, there has been news from the surrounding main cities. Women of the Yin year, Yin month, Yin hour, and Yang month, Yin day, and Yang hour have been disappearing one after another. Qin Xinhua frowned. There are many disciples of large families among them. What? Qin Feng frowned. Before he left Cloud Lake City, he had heard similar news. Could it be the Yin-Yang Union sect's people? However, ever since he had killed an expert from the Yin-Yang Union Pleasure sect, the people from the Yin-Yang Union Pleasure sect had retreated. Qin Feng's gaze landed on Qin Xinhua. Have you asked the Yu family about it? The beautiful woman felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Qin Feng's terrifying gaze. She felt as if her entire body had been seen through. A kind of shyness and numbness appeared on her skin. A trace of redness involuntarily appeared on her beautiful face. However, she didn't dare to be negligent and forcefully suppressed her shyness. Patriarch, we have asked. Miss Yu is a pure Yin woman born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour. Hearing that, Qin Feng's eyes flickered with a trace of coldness. Yin-Yang Union sect. It seems that they are tired of living. How dare you kidnap my people? When I find your nest, I will definitely teach you lowly servant a lesson. In his rage, a terrifying aura was released. The entire sky of Cloud Lake City seemed to be filled with thunderclouds. It was as if tens of thousands of lightning bolts were exploding. The entire Cloud Lake City was shaking. This aura is... It seems to be the city Lord Mansion. What a terrifying power. Just a trace of emotion, and it caused a change in the weather. Where did this expert come from? Many experts in the city stared in the direction of the city Lord Mansion in shock. That undisguised, angry aura was like that of a demon god. It was as if he could consign the city Lord Mansion to eternal damnation with a single thought. It's that person's aura. It has become stronger again. In the Leaf family's restricted area, the Leaf family's patriarch, Li Shiyun, stroked his beard and exclaimed, "It has become much stronger." The Jin family's patriarch, who was the leader of the 12 noble families, also walked out of seclusion. It seems that we have to increase our cooperation with the Qin family in the future. After pondering for a while, the Qin family's patriarch revealed a trace of a smile. That city lord is stronger than we imagined. We can't provoke the Qin family. Increase our cooperation with the Qin family. In the city, many experts of various forces felt this change and adjusted the direction of their families. Qin Feng directly tore the void apart. An ancient mirror hung in front of him. In the void, an invisible trace appeared before him. His eyes were cold as he followed the trace and searched deep into the void. Chapter 758. In the endless void, darkness flowed. An ancient mirror hung high, like an ancient moon, emitting a faint brilliance. Even in the endless void, it was clearly separated by the brilliance. A clear trace appeared on the ancient mirror. Qin Feng directly tore the void, turned into a stream of light, and followed the trace. A moment later, he appeared thousands of miles away from Cloud Lake City. With a flash, Qin Feng appeared high in the sky. Looking down from the sea of clouds, there was a small village below. The trace shows that it is in this mountain village. This was a newly established village, and it seemed to be quite prosperous. The surrounding ancient trees were close to the wilderness. Occasionally, the roars of fierce beasts could be heard. The villagers at the foot of the mountain were valiant. From afar, Qin Feng could hear roars full of energy, like the thunder of tigers and leopards. Just by listening, he knew that this was the sound of a martial arts cultivator's bones and muscles being forged. As everyone knows, whether it is the imperial court, family, or sect, there are grades. We martial artists are the same. The first major realm of martial arts is divided into 9 levels. The first level is tendon refining. The second level is bone forging. The third level is blood changing. The fourth level is chi sensing. The fifth level is inner strengthening. The sixth level is divine power. The seventh level is true chi. The eighth level is liquid transformation. And the ninth level is God transformation. After the ninth level transformation, one's true chi is like wind and thunder, connecting the bridge between heaven and earth and stepping into the pulse condensing stage. Reaching the pulse condensing stage, we can condense all kinds of spiritual veins in our body, swallow clouds and spit out fog, and control the changes of water, fire, and thunder. At that realm, not only do we have all kinds of incredible magical powers, but our lifespan will also increase greatly. It will also be easy to capture those fierce beasts in the mountain that often harm the village. However, although the pulse condensing stage is very magical, you can't bite off more than you can chew. Practicing martial arts requires one to take one step at a time. The major realm of martial arts is the best time to build the foundation. There's a Tao that accumulates thousands of years of foundation and soars to the sky. The tiger-leopard void-breaking force that has been passed down in our temple village is an extremely high-quality, mysterious skill. Practicing to the highest realm, you might be able to open the 10th divine gate and cultivate the best martial arts foundation. Under the setting sun, under the narration of a middle-aged man in a purple robe, many children looked forward to it. Martial arts had a fatal attraction to ordinary people. Uncle Yun, we need to cultivate. We need to have the power to protect ourselves and the village. Please begin. Yes, Uncle Yin, let's begin. The desires of the many children below had been completely aroused. Now all of you will practice together. Our temple village's tiger leopard void-breaking force has a total of 99 diagrams. Now, learn the first painting for me. Qin Feng's figure flashed and silently appeared on top of a torch. Stepping on the flames, his figure seemed to have merged with the flames. The mountain breeze blew. On the slope, a muscular middle-aged man dressed in short purple clothes was wholeheartedly performing a martial art. Although the strong man was only at the fourth heaven of martial arts, it could be seen that he had put a lot of effort into the tiger and leopard void-breaking force. His every move was like a tiger or a leopard in the mountains, full of wildness. The wind from his fists stirred up, faintly roaring like a tiger or leopard, and the vibration of his power was no small matter. More than 10 children around the age of 8 or 9 were waving their hands methodically. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng suddenly felt as if a lifetime had passed. 1,000 years ago, he had also embarked on the path of martial arts from an ordinary life. However, back then, he had secretly learned it. Relying on stealing, he had learned the basic martial arts foundation in the mountain village. Then, he left the mountain to explore and encountered opportunities by chance. Outside the slope, the villagers who had been busy all day looked at the children with hopeful eyes at the foot of the hill. This was their hope, and also the hope of the entire temple village for the next few decades. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and he suddenly restrained a trace of emotion. He silently scanned the entire mountain village with his divine thoughts. This mountain village looked very ordinary. There were only a few martial artists who had surpassed the fourth heaven of martial arts. There was nothing strange. It should be here. That wisp of aura came from this mountain village. Thinking to himself, Qin Feng used the moon viewing ancient mirror again and searched the mountain village inch by inch. However, he still found nothing. There were about 200 people in this mountain village. Most of them were ordinary people, and there were a few martial artists who had limited strength. Qin Feng used his divine thoughts again, and this time, he found a clue. His figure flashed, and he silently appeared in an ancient temple. This was an ancient temple outside the village that had been flown up. The cobwebs were intertwined, and the demon god worshipped in the temple had also lost its color. Qin Feng looked at the demon god Ancient Elephant in front of him. The demon god Ancient Elephant in front of him had a greenish-black body. Its 3 eyes were wide open, and its mane was erect. It wore a skull crown on its head. Its 6 arms were entwined like dragons and snakes. It looked very fierce. The one in front held a skull bowl in its left hand, which was filled with human blood. Its right hand held a crescent blade, and between its arms was a short rod. It stood on both legs, and behind it was a raging flame. Just by looking at it, the demon god in front of him gave people a very terrifying feeling. It was a proper demon god. Qin Feng was no stranger to this demon god. This was the great black heaven demon god, the king of all demon gods. This demon god was also known as Emohi god. The cycle of the world is endless, and I am the final demon god of the world. I am the final demon god of the world. I am the final destination of everything in this world. This demon god had once created the famous Dark Era, soaking the spirit sea realm in darkness and blood for an era. However, this was already in the past. This demon god had once led many demon gods to fight against the sway sovereign of the 3 ancient sovereigns. He wanted to create eternal terror and create a dark demon god empire. Unfortunately, this demon god also met with a tragedy. At that time, the sway sovereign had cultivated the first art of light, the light god slaughtering art. He died before his great cause was achieved, and he died completely. Unlike the ordinary demon gods, who could still use their remnant souls to jump around and even revive. This demon god was killed by the light god slaughtering art. His main body, incarnation, and even the remnants of his existence were all wiped out by the light god slaughtering art. He couldn't be revived even if he reversed time. If this demon god hadn't died, the demon lord Law might have been born in his hands. Looking at the ancient temple in front of him, Qin Feng's expression was very strange. Emohi God was completely dead. Logically speaking, no one would worship him. Although Emohi God was known as the king of all demon gods, the demon gods weren't nostalgic. Could it be that Emohi God isn't completely dead? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The first step of some dead demon gods and demon gods' resurrection was to establish a ritual to gather faith. Although the power of faith was poisonous, it was undoubtedly a boost to the remnant souls of those demon gods and demon gods that have fallen a long time ago. Once this step was completed, some demon gods would be able to overcome the initial difficulties and gradually recover their divine power. Then, they would gather souls and use even more evil rituals to gradually recover their strength. This also included using the blood and souls of young boys and girls as a sacrifice. Chapter 759. Qin Feng scanned the statue with his divine sense. After scanning it a few times, he gradually found a tiny clue in the statue. In the depths of the great dark sky demon god's golden body, there was a faint spatial mark. Just as he was about to make a move, Qin Feng's expression changed. His figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light that entered the depths of the endless void. On the horizon, countless purple clouds rose into the air. Purple clouds were a symbol of extreme preciousness. When a sage came out, purple clouds would hang down. The purple clouds on the person who came from the horizon were even denser than a sage's. He was like an extremely dazzling purple cloud star. As the light fell, he instantly arrived in front of the ancient temple. It was a young man. He was wearing a luxurious purple robe and a jade belt. Even an ordinary emperor wouldn't be as majestic as him. As soon as the young man landed on the ground, Qin Feng's expression changed. It's him. Sizing up the young man in front of him, he felt the extremely dense purple clouds of the absolute beginning phenomenon. I didn't expect that he would also receive the legacy of the absolute beginning star. Now that the star life has entered his body and starlight lingers around him, he's even more powerful than Jiang Taichu back then. It seems that the power of the absolute beginning star has completely descended. The martial overlord realm. And it wasn't an ordinary martial overlord realm. At this moment, the young man wasn't any weaker than Qin Feng when he was at the martial overlord realm. Even now, when his gaze fell on the young man, Qin Feng felt a faint sense of threat. The young man in purple frowned. He looked in the direction that Qin Feng disappeared and was slightly wary. He can actually sense my existence. Qin Feng's expression became serious as he withdrew all of his divine sense. His gaze swept around the temple. The young man in purple pondered for a moment. The next moment, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Strange, why did he leave? It shouldn't be a coincidence that he came here. Qin Feng found it strange. He stood in the depths of the endless void. His expression didn't change. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed, and it was already midnight. In the depths of the endless void, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. A stream of purple chi fell from the sky like a waterfall, and the purple-clothed youth appeared again. A shrewd look flashed in his eyes, as if he had finally determined that no one was spying on them. He strode into the ancient temple and glanced at the spiderweb-covered temple. The great black heaven ancient temple, that's right, it should be here. According to the Sui sovereign's last divine sense, this is the place where the Sui sovereign once suppressed the heart of destruction. One of the 9 Sui sovereign steels should be here. He muttered to himself as he jumped up and down in the ancient temple, digging 3 feet into the ground. Qin Feng was secretly shocked. The Sui sovereign was one of the 3 ancient sovereigns, also known as the ancient light deity king. Among the treasures he carried with him, the Sui sovereign tablet was the most famous. This tablet was also known as the North Star Light Tablet. It was the Sui sovereign's treasure to suppress the evil gods in the ancient times. Countless evil gods died under the Sui sovereign tablet. This Sui sovereign tablet was one of the strongest ancient treasures in the legends. Seems like this guy obtained a trace of the ancient Sui sovereign's inheritance. No wonder his cultivation level rose so quickly. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with jealousy. Only the heavens knew what kind of effort and price he had to pay to obtain his current cultivation level. These guys were simply too lucky to obtain such an inheritance so casually. The ancient Sui sovereign, he was the same as the sorcerer ancestor and the evil ancestor, a terrifying existence that suppressed an era. Why did he not have such good luck? A burst of dust. Covered in dust, the purple-clothed youth looked happily at the slight fluctuation in the great black heaven golden body. So there's another spatial coordinate. In his joy, he sat down cross-legged, and an immeasurable amount of light gathered in his hands. A terrifying power that could shatter heaven and earth surged into the golden body. Invisible to the naked eye, a spatial tunnel appeared. This level of light power, it's at least the 7th level of heavenly Tao. Feeling the vast fluctuation of the light power, Qin Feng squinted his eyes. The true power of the heavenly Tao was extremely difficult to cultivate, and it required countless opportunities and opportunities. Now that the golden era had not officially begun, it was already like a cabbage. These days, he had seen many experts such as Gongsun Junyang, True Monarch Hong Wan, Yi Ding, Ji Qin Xian, Shi Xian, and Goddess Jialan. Almost all of them had cultivated the heavenly Tao. One had to know that this heavenly Tao was the abstruseness of the heavenly Tao. In the past, even among the 72 mysterious sects, it was rare to see one in 1,000 years. Now, there was the person in front of him. This person's heavenly Tao was much more profound than Gongsun Junyang, True Monarch Hong Wan, and Yi Ding. 7 levels of heavenly Tao. In a flash, the purple-clothed youth rushed into the spatial tunnel. Qin Feng saw the opportunity and turned into a stream of light, following the purple-clothed youth into the spatial tunnel. It was an open space. It was like a place of worship. As soon as the purple-clothed youth appeared, his expression changed. On the open square, there were wooden stakes neatly erected. On the wooden stakes were young men and women who had fainted. On the side, there were many powerful martial artists in red and green embroidered robes patrolling with torches. His appearance fell into the eyes of these experts. At first, they were stunned. Then there was an uproar. "Oh no, there's an intruder. Kill him. Kill him without mercy. We can't let him disturb the awakening of the Patriarch." The expressions of the group of disciples surrounded by yin-yang evil qi changed drastically, and they charged at the purple-clothed youth like fiends. "Intruder, if you're smart, you'd better surrender. Bastard, you'd better kill yourself, or you'll be skinned alive. Don't, this little brother is so handsome. Let me have some fun, then it won't be too late to kill him. Little brother, surrender. I'll let you die happily. Senior sister, junior brother's Yang Dragon technique is about to break through. Don't suck him dry in one breath. Leave some for junior brother." Some of the male disciples of the Yin-Yang Union sect were talking, making the purple-clothed youth so angry that his face turned purple. "Damn it, it's just a chicken coop. Today, I'll purify your coop." The purple-clothed youth was furious. Thousands of purple divine lights shot up from his body and exploded. It was like boundless divine light thunder. Among the countless *******, a pink aura flowed. Many naked men and women seemed to have turned into a huge pink demonic array. The battle array combined by itself, and the sound of ecstasy broke the eardrums. The divine light thunder exploded on the array, but it was like a stone falling into a ripple. "Romantic young man, come and play. Big brother and big sister will serve you well. Young man, save yourself the trouble. Why bother? Our overturning battle array is not so easy to break. Why don't we all play together? Let's enjoy the pleasure of sex." A voice that sounded like both a man and a woman came from a void. The yin-yang law formed countless pink chains. Hairy and pink legs flew together, and the autumn water was the same color as the sky. The scene was like a demonic painting that drilled into the mind. The purple-clothed youth's face was pale because of anger, Qin Feng saw this scene as soon as he came out of the void. So there's a den of lust here. Chapter 760. Without a sound, he entered the depths of the void as though he was one with the void and went deep into a different dimension. Although Xiao Yuchan had cultivated the seventh-level heaven Tao realm grand primordial light purple cloud, he was trapped by the yin-yang sect's famous overturning all things battle formation. It would take some time for him to escape. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Feng fumbled towards a black mountain behind the central altar. On the other side, 3 experts rushed down from the black mountain and were shocked to see the purple-clothed youth in the battle formation. How did someone discover this place? This place is remote and is hidden by our sect's treasure, the yin-yang Skynet. How did this person barge in? The one who spoke was the yin-yang sect's vice sect master, Gong Sun Qian. She was a very flirtatious woman wrapped in light muslin. Her appearance was enchanting, and a dense pink true power flowed on her body. Her every move was captivating. The strength she revealed was extremely strong. She was a martial Tao expert who had survived a calamity. Could it be that some of the disciples are unclean and were followed? Forefather Onyx Soul and the left elder of the yin-yang sect had gloomy expressions, and their eyes flickered with ferocity. No matter what, we can't let him disturb the sect master's master. The saint ancestor will be completely revived soon. Kill him. Forefather Soul Reaper, who was called the Right Elder, had a murderous look on his face. The 3 mighty figures of martial arts suddenly made their move. 3 streams of flowing light merged into the formation, and a vast fluctuation of laws rushed into the formation. The entire battle formation transformed into the boundless yin-yang lock, shrouding the purple-robed young man. In the depths of the Black Mountain, a group of experts exuding powerful auras were setting up the altar step by step. One by one, the young boys and girls were brought to fixed crosses and tied to them. The entire Black Mountain was covered with all kinds of terrifying runes, patterns, and pitch-black evil chi. The Black Mountain seemed to be formed by the ancient darkness origin. On the top of the mountain, an ancient stone tablet stood as steady as Mount Tai. On the top of the mountain, a stunning beauty draped in a transparent black muslin sat cross-legged. Her black hair was like clouds, comically tied up high like a noble lady. As the breeze blew, the black muslin swayed slightly, revealing many fair and beautiful parts that were irresistible. Beside her, more than a dozen elders with powerful auras were spread out in a row. Some of them had cold, some of them had fervent expressions, and some of them were indifferent. Sect leader, we've already found more than half of the 999 pure yin girls and pure yang boys. There are only a dozen left. We'll be able to gather all of them in a few days. However, sect leader, Xingqian School has already noticed something. They've sent out a lot of experts to search for the pure yin girls. Some careless disciples have already fallen into the hands of Xingqian School. I'm afraid it won't be long before we're exposed. A black-robed elder reported with a hint of sadness on his face. The Yin-Yang Union sect had put everything they had into this place. If they couldn't awaken the sacred ancestor, the entire sect would be in great danger. In order to accomplish their goal, many of the kidnapped boys and girls were the descendants of some important figures in Xingqian School. Sectmaster, we don't have to speed up. Rumor has it that many of the young men and women who were kidnapped this time are the children of the Star Sect's inner court disciples. One of them is even the concubine of a true disciple. Once the true disciple finds out, I'm afraid our Yin-Yang Union sect won't be able to bear his thunderous rage. Protector Feng of the 4 Great Protectors also spoke. Although the Yin-Yang Union sect was one of the 800 unorthodox groups, it had long declined. The strongest person in the sect now was the sect leader, Yin-Yang Elder. Yin-Yang Elder was a quasi-sage. Under Yin-Yang Elder were the 2 vice sect leaders. The 2 vice sect leaders were second stage supreme almighties. Under the vice sect leaders were the 2 elders on the left and right. The other 2 were the wind, flower, snow, and moon protectors. All 6 of them were supreme almighties. Compared to ordinary local sects, this level of strength was naturally huge and unapproachable. However, the 4 great protectors knew very well that they were nothing compared to a huge sect like Xingqian School. What are you afraid of? It's just a true disciple. It's not impossible to kill him. This voice sounded like both a man's and a woman's. It was as if 2 voices had overlapped with each other. It had a special charm that could captivate souls. Yin Yang Elder's eyebrows were thin. When she opened her eyes, she could captivate souls. The 4 great protectors' hearts skipped a beat. They felt as if the essence qi in their bodies was about to surge into the sky. Master, your yin yang refining technique has improved again. With a single thought, you can attract and devour our essence, qi, and spirit. It seems that you're only 1 step away from the integration of yin and yang and the formation of yin and yang primordial spirit. The 4 great protectors were secretly shocked. Moreover, as long as the sacred ancestor is awakened, Xingqian School will be nothing. Yin Yang Elder's almond-shaped eyes were filled with a hint of killing intent and passion. Yin Yang Elder had been waiting for this day ever since she inherited the sect's secret from the previous Yin Yang sect leader. No one would have thought that the first patriarch of the Yin Yang sect was not dead. Instead, he found the Maha deity's final nirvana in his later years. He obtained the Maha deity's remains. He had been cultivating in the Maha deity's nirvana all this time. He wanted to break free from the shackles of the mortal world and live a second life. Unfortunately, the sacred ancestor was already in his later years when he found this place. He no longer had the ability to pull out this shocking North Chun light steel. He could only choose to integrate his own power into the heart of destruction left behind by the Maha deity. Fortunately, after so many years, the sacred ancestor absorbed the power of the heart of destruction. Not only did he break free from the exhaustion of the mortal world and live a second life, but he also comprehended the yin-yang destruction Tao. As long as the seal on the steel is broken and the yin-yang grand sacrifice is initiated, the seal will be completely broken. As long as the sacred ancestor can break the seal, Xingqian School will be nothing. The sacred ancestor, who has absorbed the heart of destruction, has already taken the 3rd step in both the yin-yang and destruction Tao inheritances. It's only a matter of time before he reaches the destruction deity position or the yin-yang deity position. At that time, I won't have to be afraid of a small Xingqian School. I might even be able to join forces with other sects and take over the Xingqian School's foundation in one fell swoop. I'll restore the yin-yang sect to its peak status, or even go 1 step further. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Yin-yang Elder's eyes were filled with a raging flame of ambition. Speed up the collection of young boys and girls. Don't be afraid of anything anymore. Let's welcome the birth of the sacred ancestor with all our might. On the other side, Qin Feng had already arrived at the Black Mountain. He looked at the young boys and girls who were erected on crosses in an orderly manner on the Black Mountain. These young boys and girls were all beautiful and pure yin and yang. They were all top-notch cultivators. Qin Feng found the unconscious Yao near the top of the mountain. They are indeed from the yin-yang sect. These people are really audacious. How dare they touch my woman? Chapter 761. Qin Feng was drowned in murderous intent, but there was no lack of greed and joy. In the primordial era, there were hundreds of schools of thought, which were the embryonic form of sections. Although the schools of thought withered and sects were formed one after another. However, the ultimate arts of the hundreds of schools of thought were still widely spread. It was rumored that the Yin-Yang Union sect was a branch of the school of Yin-Yang, using Yin to refine Yin, using Yang to refine Yin, using Yin to refine Yang, using Yang to refine Yang. The Yin-Yang refining art was a famous orthodox divine ability of the martial Tao, especially the Yin-Yang refining art, which contained the highest profundity of the laws of Yin and Yang. It was a great Tao that led to the heavens. It was a pity that the successor was unworthy and caused this legacy to be covered in dust. It became an evil path that harvested yin to replenish yang and yang to replenish yin. The yin-yang legacy. Qin Feng's gaze was somewhat leisurely and sharp. The yin-yang union sect had indeed flourished for a period of time. Its reputation at its peak was not inferior to the 72 orthodox sections. It was enough to show how powerful this legacy was. Even Qin Feng coveted this divine ability. If he could obtain this legacy and comprehend the laws of yin and yang, it would be extremely beneficial for him to cultivate the sage essence soul, especially since he had both the connate yin and yang qi. If he could cultivate the connate yin-yang true form, it would be another trump card. Boom! At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yuchan let out a furious roar. A layer of extremely resplendent power of light burst forth like the intersection of the sun and the moon. The light of the stars, the light of the sun, the light of the moon, or even the light of candles seemed to be absorbed by him and submitted to him. Around him, terrifying phenomena of shattering the universe, worlds collapsing, and gods falling like rain appeared. With a punch, it was as if the world had sunk into eternal darkness. Even though they were miles apart, the connate power of Grand Primordium in Qin Feng's body was attracted and was about to fly out. Boom! The heaven and earth reversal battle formation formed by the three martial Tao mighty figures and the many yin-yang union sect experts was completely shattered. It was drowned in the violent light power and turned into nothingness. They did not even have time to scream before they died. Countless cracks in the void were lingering with extremely dense light power. Countless cracks extended for dozens of miles. His strength alone was so terrifying. Qin Feng's expression changed. Holy light, god-slaying technique. Was this the light god-slaughtering art that allowed the Sui sovereign to dominate the ancient times? This brat has obtained the Sui sovereign's heritage? On the mountain peak, old man Yin Yang looked as if he had seen a ghost. This move seemed to have wiped out all the demonic gods in the heavens, slaughtering them like pigs and dogs. The Yin-Yang sect was very familiar with this kind of aura and artistic conception. This aura was exactly the same as the aura emitted by Chun Bei's bright steel on the mountain peak. This was the unique aura of the ancient Sui sovereign's secret art, light god slaughtering art. No wonder I felt that a mere martial arts overlord like him could threaten me. It turns out that he has the divine light slaying technique. Qin Feng exclaimed in amazement. The light god-slaying art was known as the #1 light-killing art in all heavens. It was the #1 sand-killing divine ability of light. Invincible attack. It was a peerless divine art created by the ancient Sui sovereign himself after he combined all kinds of martial arts and comprehended the profound mysteries of the martial arts. Back then, he used the light god-slaying art to kill countless powerful existences. Even the king of evil gods, Mahakala, was completely killed by him. This divine ability was extremely terrifying. If one was killed by this divine ability, no matter if it was the original body, the clone, or even the traces left in time and space would be completely destroyed. The power of this divine ability was simply unimaginable. Even the current Qin Feng could not help but feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. He was envious of Xiao Yuchan's opportunity. My killing divine ability is still lacking. Now, I can only rely on the power of the heavenly abode's origin to smash people with brute force. The divine steel art is also profound, but it is difficult to cultivate. Moreover, it is not compatible with my origin path. Although the myriad worlds destructive thunder divine ability that I created in my previous life can be used, it is not suitable for me. My origin is space. The #1 space art in the ancient times seems to be buried in an ancient ruin. Once I complete this, I will definitely be found by this #1 space art. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. You old hag, how dare you treat your young master like this? Today, your young master will pluck off all your hairs. After being forced to watch countless romantic scenes, Xiao Yuchan, who was naturally obsessed with cleanliness, was flushed red. He was about to explode from anger. Once he thought of those shameless scenes of men and women having intercourse, Xiao Yuchan instinctively felt disgusted. Young master, I might as well be merciful today and purify all of you. His gaze locked onto the Yin-Yang sect disciples who were fleeing in all directions. Myriad rays of light slashed across like divine swords. Countless Yin-Yang sect disciples were completely killed. Crackle, crackle. Countless broken bodies fell down like raindrops. Although he was only at the martial Dao Overlord realm, when combined with the light god-slaying art, even a martial Dao Almighty was merely an ant in front of Xiao Yuchan. Xiao Yuchan was in high spirits as he flew towards Black Mountain. The sweeping power of light was like a divine sword from the heavens. It completely purified the earth, void and tall mountains. Don't let him destroy the sacrificial altar. Stop him. Old man Yin-Yang roared and rushed out. The remaining wind, flower, snow, and moon guardians looked at each other. However, the four of them had ugly expressions and no one moved. A bunch of trash. Although old man Yin-Yang spoke with a male voice, his charming face was filled with flirtatious emotions. His charming face had a fiendish look. The four guardians smiled embarrassedly as their eyes flickered. She flew up and struck out with her palm. A yin and yang law rushed out, like a painting of beauties that could turn all living things upside down. In an instant, it enveloped Xiao Yuchan. Yin and yang law, turn the world upside down. Xiao Yuchan rushed into the sky and happened to crash into the painting of beauties that could turn all living things upside down. It was as though he saw countless naked beauties rushing towards him. The tenderness seemed to even melt the void. If it were any other martial Dao overlord, even if he had a firm will, he would probably be distracted and fall into the embrace of the beauties. His soul would be seduced and turn into a playboy. He would be completely refined by the profoundness within. However, Xiao Yuchan felt greatly humiliated. His handsome face, which was so perfect that even women would be jealous of, revealed a trace of fury. The light god slaying technique completely erupted. With one strike, it was as though the universe had shattered and the firmament had fallen. Many beauties died without a burial ground. It's useless. Your light god slaying technique is indeed very powerful. However, I'm a quasi-Saint Yang god, and you're just a martial Dao overlord. This kind of perception can be reversed even with the power of the light god slaying technique. Old man Yin Yang's eyes flickered with a trace of coldness and greed. Countless enchanting beauties were born in the painting again. Old man Yin Yang struck out countless Yin and Yang seals, as though the void had completely turned into a scene of a large-scale naked banquet. The Yin and Yang law intertwined, as though heaven and earth were turned upside down. Countless naked beauties were born again. They danced enchantingly and surrounded Xiao Yuchan without any fear of death. This was a divine ability that old man Yin Yang had refined by extracting the souls of countless beauties. Relying on this divine ability, many famous quasi-saints had fallen. Brat, surrender obediently and hand over the light god slaying technique. If you do so, not only will I not kill you, I'll even keep you in my harem and let you have fun. Bye. You're just an old hen. Why don't you take a look at your appearance? You're neither a man nor a woman. I'd rather find a sow than you. This sentence was extremely lethal. Old man Yin Yang, who was still smiling a moment ago, turned green in an instant. He gritted his teeth. Little bastard, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Taking advantage of the entanglement between the two sides, Qin Feng's figure flashed and arrived behind the four great guardians who were watching the show on the mountaintop. A trace of cold-killing intent was revealed in his eyes. Wait, there should be two more. Chapter 762. Without a sound, Qin Feng appeared behind the wind, flower, snow, and moon guardians. In front of the dozen or so great masters of the martial arts, a person had silently appeared. The dozen or so great masters of the martial arts were stunned at first, but then they were shocked. Just as they were about to move, whether it was the idle fifth elder or the four protectors of the wind, flower, snow, and moon, they all found that they were suddenly unable to move. Be it the quintessential force or true soul dharma, they seemed to completely dissipate and no longer listen to their commands. Instantly, everyone was appalled. A bunch of ants. How dare you lay your hands on my woman? A cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as a cold silver beam appeared behind his head. It was like a crescent moon as the cold moonlight illuminated the bodies of the mighty figures. A huge silver plate appeared in front of the martial Tao experts. The martial Tao experts only felt a huge pulling force appear, and their true souls could not help but be pulled into the huge silver plate. Great in samsara. Countless memories played out in samsara, and moments later, Qin Feng figured out the group's goal. So the founder of the ancient school of Yin Yang is not dead. Furthermore, he has successfully refined the heart of destruction left behind by the Mahakala Fiend Celestial during his nirvana. Qin Feng looked at the black mountain beneath him. The black mountain was the heart of destruction. The heart of destruction was also known as the heart of darkness. It was a divine item condensed from ancient darkness origins. Legend had it that it was condensed from the final heart of the Mahakala Fiend Celestial after his death. It contained the Mahakala Fiend Celestial's final essence, vitality, and soul. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Qin Feng's eyes revealed an unconcealable look of joy. The chaos heavens needed to devour the seven origins divine items and give birth to the seven elemental planes. Only then could it be perfected and become a world of its own, becoming a large empire. The heart of darkness in front of him was unintentionally the most precious darkness elemental divine item. However, this heart of destruction seems to have been completely fused with the sacred yin-yang ancestor. If I were to unseal the divine radiance monument without permission, I'm afraid. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng swept his gaze at Xiao Yuchan and grandsire Yin Yang, who were engaged in an intense battle at the foot of the mountain. Thanks to eldest young master Xiao Yuchan, most of the Yin Yang sect disciples around the Black Mountain had been completely killed. A small portion of them would not dare to show their faces for a period of time. At the very least, before Xiao Yuchan was killed or chased away, he would definitely not appear. Qin Feng glanced at the dozen or so martial arts experts who were still immersed in the samsara and sat down cross-legged. What is he trying to do? The heavenly abode was suppressed by the heavenly spring of life, unable to move. The Siren Queen watched Qin Feng's actions and couldn't help but feel puzzled. This greedy brat wants to refine the heart of darkness. The demonic woman sneered. She still held a grudge against the death of the two Wood ancestors. If it weren't for the fact that her heavenly abode had condensed its energy and temporarily trapped her in the heavenly spring of life, she would have already gone to settle the score with Qin Feng. Even though the size of this paradise after nirvana did not increase, it had already reached a state where the heavens and earth were one. There were no flaws at all. The immortal abode was full of flaws previously. Even though its size was huge, it was like a plate of loose sand and could easily tear through the void through the flaws. At the thought of this, the demonic woman couldn't help but be amazed by Qin Feng's state. The way he managed the heavenly abode was simply beyond the demonic woman's imagination. She was also an experienced and knowledgeable person. In the primordial era, there were countless geniuses and demons. However, in terms of managing the heavenly abode, no one could compare to Qin Feng. Refine the heart of darkness. The Siren Queen's eyes flashed with surprise. The heart of darkness was the legendary ultimate treasure of darkness that possessed mystical powers. If it was refined, one would be able to obtain the final gift of the Mahakala demon god. The gift of the king of Cthulhu was enough to allow any other Cthulhu to ascend to the new Cthulhu throne. This item isn't that easy to refine. Even though the Mahakala demon god is arrogant, he is extremely cunning. His item, With a cold smile on her face, the demonic woman was happy to see Qin Feng suffer a loss. Her gaze fell on the two newly born spiritual roots above the heavenly spring of life. The golden brilliance was overflowing with colors, and the tender leaves were swaying as if there were countless mysterious ancient runes. Her eyes softened slightly. She had made up her mind. Even though she wouldn't let Qin Feng die this time, she would definitely teach Qin Feng a lesson. Qin Feng channeled the power of the chaotic origin star of the extreme grade 4. He placed one of his palms on the Black Mountain and felt an endless stream of dark energy coming from beneath his feet. The rocks under the Black Mountain also turned into pure dark energy and merged into his body. In an instant, his soul almost sank into oblivion. What a majestic darkness origin energy. Qin Feng wasn't surprised, but delighted. If an expert who cultivated the law of darkness were to obtain this origin energy, his strength would definitely increase greatly in a short period of time. Qin Feng slammed his palm down, and a fist-sized Black Mountain rock was refined into a solid darkness origin liquid. Then, it was absorbed into his heavenly abode. The Black Mountain rock here was so sturdy that even a 9th stage heavenly prince couldn't do anything to it. Even a supreme being couldn't do anything about it. Even heavenly Tao, true power, couldn't dissolve it. Only the heavenly prince's power that surpassed the heavenly Tao or the power of extreme grade could dissolve it. If it were an ordinary person, such as old man Yin Yang, they could only stare foolishly and covetously, unable to move at all. There was also something like the Yin Yang grand ritual that could only be broken through from the inside out. The Black Mountain rock melted one after another. This was the product of the darkness origin energy condensed into a solid state. If placed outside, just one piece would be enough to make those darkness-type cultivators break their heads. However, the primal chaos heavenly abode was swallowed by Qin Feng like a flood. The Black Mountain rock that was hundreds of feet tall was sucked away by the primal chaos heavenly abode like water. Endless darkness origin energy poured into the creation altar at the center of the primal chaos heavenly abode. Outside the crystal wall system, an illusory space that seemed to be eternally dark was born. As endless darkness poured in, it gradually turned from illusory to solid, turning into a half-plane and then from a half-plane to a real plane. This plane was filled with endless darkness. The darkness origin energy was almost condensed into a liquid state. As the Black Mountain rock melted inch by inch, a darkness spirit crystal formed by pure darkness origin energy appeared in this plane. Caw, what a dense darkness origin energy. Lord Ba, I like it. After a long time of laughter, Lord Ba rushed out from the heavenly spring of life. This incomparably black, three-legged crow instantly appeared in the newly born darkness elemental world. Endless darkness poured in towards him. So comfortable. Its tail was raised up and its wings were spread open. The endless darkness seemed to have turned into pure flames, burning the heavens. A primitive and boundless bloodline came from the depths of its body. It was like the king of the darkness. The entire darkness elemental world was about to be swallowed by it. It's him? The demonic woman looked at the three-legged crow in the darkness elemental world as if she had seen a ghost. Her face was pitch black, and her phoenix eyes were spewing fire. She gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. He was actually reborn as well. Third update, there's more later. Chapter 763. In the darkness elemental world, Qin Feng was slightly surprised when he saw Little Eight's actions. Following that, he revealed a smile. He increased the refinement of Black Mountain. In the blink of an eye, half of the huge Black Mountain melted as the surging darkness origin power surged in. Bastard! Half of Black Mountain had been refined. It wasn't obvious at first, as he was busy dealing with Yin Yang Elder. However, as half of Black Mountain disappeared, Yin Yang Elder immediately noticed. Seeing Qin Feng refining Black Mountain with all his might, Yin Yang Old Man was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He had actually refined more than half of the Black Mountain right under his nose. Before he could wonder when Qin Feng came in, he darted out and a terrifying Yin Yang Law blasted towards Qin Feng. Yin Yang Law, overturn all life. With a palm strike, it was as though heaven and earth were turned upside down. The sun and moon shattered as the void completely exploded. The terrifying law fluctuation reached Qin Feng's head like an ocean. Qin Feng opened his eyes and glanced at Yin Yang Elder, who was charging over in anger. And he gritted his teeth and spat out the word. Go play by the side. I'll deal with you later. Qin Feng extended a hand and formed a seal single-handedly. A huge primordial fiend mountain suddenly appeared and slammed heavily on Yin Yang Elder's head, smashing him into the ground. Boom! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiao Yuchan executed the light god slaying technique to destroy the portrait of beauty. A figure soared into the sky. Just as he was about to execute the light god slaying technique to teach Yin Yang Elder a lesson and vent his anger, he was stunned the next moment. A huge fiend mountain appeared in front of him. Yin Yang Elder was bleeding from his head as he tried his best to suppress the fiend mountain. However, under the fiend mountain, the terrifying existence at the quasi-sage level couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Xiao Yuchan's face trembled as he looked in the direction of Black Mountain. At that moment, a familiar gaze looked over. However, Xiao Yuchan was stunned when he saw the black-clothed youth. Xiao Yuchan's face darkened. He would recognize the youth on Black Mountain even if he turned into ashes. Boom! I'm going to kill you. Accompanied by a sharp roar, it was as though the earth was quaking. The entire Fiend Mountain was torn apart by a pink divine light. An ancient compass with black and white swirling colors suddenly appeared in the void. Postnatal true artifact, Xiao Yuchan stared intently at the black and white compass in midair. A terrifying threat caused his soul to give birth to a terrifying chill. In law of Yin Yang, chaos heaven and earth reversal. A frenzied roar echoed out as a pink-colored beam of light shot towards Qin Feng. This attack shattered the void as its killing intent pierced through the sky. You will not shed. Yin Yang Yin, Yu Yin, why destruction shattering shattering art. With shatter the pitch-black light tore through space-time and slammed heavily into the black and white geomantic compass. Ming, yin yang, yin yang, uy, me, a. In the next instant, the yin yang union sex only inheritance true treasure shattered into countless fragments like glass. A huge force slammed into old man yin yang's body. Her yin yang laws were like weak tofu that had met a refined divine weapon. This kind of law power, Yin Yang Elder's eyes flickered with grief, unwillingness, and resentment. Unbelievable. Boom. Like a firework, Yin Yang Elder's body turned into a bloody mist. Her yang spirit rushed out hundreds of feet and split into pieces. Not only did the attack shatter her divine body, but it also completely shattered her yang spirit. This horrifying scene left Xiao Yuchan dumbstruck. A yang spirit quasi-sage was killed in one strike, and even her yang spirit was completely obliterated. What kind of power was this? Furthermore, this was not an ordinary yang spirit quasi-sage, but a powerful veteran quasi-sage with a true artifact. Xiao Yuchan's expression suddenly turned ugly. There was also a trace of rejoicing in his heart. He was rejoicing that he did not provoke Qin Feng because of his previous life's shed treasure. Otherwise, with Xiao Yuchan's understanding of Qin Feng might have used his position to avenge a personal grudge and beat him up. Qin Feng killed Yin Yang Elder with one strike, as if he was swatting a mosquito. His gaze landed on Xiao Yuchan, and he felt the faint star aura unique to Xingqian School's inner sect disciples. His killing intent subsided slightly. Boom! At that moment, a powerful and horrifying power appeared from the bottom of the Black Mountain. The moment it appeared, it surged into Qin Feng's body like a torrent. The true power of the Chaos Star, which had reached the fourth celestial layer of extreme Tao, was instantly crushed by this terrifying power. The origin power of the primal chaos paradise was also destroyed before it even came into contact with it. This terrifying power went straight to the depths of Qin Feng's soul, which was his nemesis. It wanted to completely destroy the Yang spirit and kill Qin Feng. This was the power of a sovereign. Not to mention a quasi-sage. Even a ninth-level sage son of heaven could not resist. He could only accept his death. As Saint Ancestor Yin Yang finally appeared, Qin Feng was very calm. All of this was within his expectations. In the depths of his mind, an ancient demonic diagram appeared. In an instant, this power was about to be pulled into the demonic diagram. This demonic diagram was where Qin Feng's cultivation was from his previous life. Only a sovereign could deal with a sovereign. Not only did Qin Feng have to block Saint Ancestor Yin Yang's attack, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to train himself. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. An unimaginable dark brilliance appeared. Like a huge black hole, it rushed out of the chaos grotto heaven in an instant. Before the power could be pulled into the demonic diagram, it swallowed it in one breath. Then, it turned into a horrifying black hole. Under Qin Feng's astonishment, it swallowed the entire Black Mountain in one breath. Damn it, what is this? In the Black Mountain, in a pitch-black ancient heart, a baby-like existence opened its eyes. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes, and a pitch-black divine light that could destroy time and space appeared. This was the sovereign-level destruction law. Although it had just been born, it was enough to kill any powerhouse below the sovereign level. However, what made the black baby despair was that the ancient black hole, which emitted an aura that could devour the heavens and the earth, swallowed the divine light in an instant. The black light swept down and enveloped the entire Black Mountain, dragging it into a dark plain in an instant. It's little 8. At that moment, Qin Feng also saw the culprit who intercepted him. At that moment, Little 8's body was emitting a dark and profound aura. Its eyes were closed, and a terrifying dark divine fire was burning on its body. It was extremely different from its usual despicable aura. Its body emitted a noble, primitive, and ancient majestic aura. Even if it occasionally leaked a trace of its aura, the entire grotto heaven had a terrifying feeling that it could not withstand it. The sealed Saint Ancestor Yin Yang screamed as it was absorbed into Little 8's body inch by inch. Gradually, an eternal dark sun appeared in this new dark elemental realm. This scene caused everyone to shudder. An unborn sovereign who had inherited Mahakala's heart was swallowed alive, refined, and turned into nourishment. What kind of ferocious power was this? Chapter 764. What a pity. The Saint Ancestor Yin Yang was too unlucky. He couldn't even unleash 1/10,000th of his power before he was devoured by this guy. In the spring of life, the demon lady sighed softly. She had a strange look in her eyes. Who knew that this guy had really cultivated the true body of the Darkling of Gojoseon and was reborn? In the eyes of many immemorial era experts, many thought that this guy was completely dead. The Siren Queen's expression changed. The Saint Ancestor Yin Yang was an expert on par with the founder of the 100 Schools of Thought. Yet he survived. It was just that his luck was bad. When he was at his weakest, he met Qin Feng's group and was taken advantage of. Boom! An ancient stone tablet fell. This stone tablet was thrown into the light elemental world by Little 8. Instantly, it took root and burst out with bright light energy, merging with the light elemental world. Qin Feng had a strange look on his face. The Sui Sovereign Tablet. After obtaining this primordial treasure, the entire chaos paradise emitted a force that was as strong as a divine mountain. It was incomparably condensed. Qin Feng could feel that the secular world's origin was strengthened by more than 70%. With the secular world's power, it was possible for him to kill a great sage. Looking at the dozens of yin-yang sects martial Tao experts who were still immersed in the reincarnation illusion, they were useless. It's a pity that I lost the yin-yang refining art. Qin Feng felt helpless. After killing the yin-yang old man, the yin-yang true inheritance was gone. Without a sound, the bodies of the yin-yang sects martial Tao experts collapsed. It seems like I have to think of another way to combine yin-yang and break through to the saint realm. With a thought, he sensed the hundreds of young boys and girls falling from the sky. With a wave of his sleeves, an invisible force froze the falling boys and girls in midair. These people were only swept into the air by little eight's black hole. They weren't injured. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng flicked his finger. An invisible wave of energy flew past. Pung, pung, pung. Countless crosses fell, and some of the young boys and girls who were kidnapped woke up. Looking at the messy battlefield around them and the corpses that littered the ground, after the initial panic, everyone looked at the black-clothed youth walking in the air. Patriarch, Yu Yao was the first to react. A trace of joy appeared on her beautiful face, and there was a trace of sweetness in her heart. The Patriarch is here to save me. He didn't treat me as a dispensable chess piece. Yu Yao's appearance was absolutely stunning. Coupled with the aura of someone in a superior position, her status among the group of young men and women was quite high. In just a few days, there were also countless youths who became her admirers. Everyone, don't worry. This is Qin Feng, the Patriarch of the Qin family. He is also a true disciple of Xingqian school. With him here, I think we are out of danger. Following Yu Yao's words, many young men and women couldn't help but let down their guard. Their eyes were filled with shock. True disciple. This was an overlord that stood above countless city-states and countries. Senior, thank you for saving all of us. After a moment of astonishment, all the young men and women present lowered their heads and bowed. Most of the young men and women present were from certain factions. They knew better than anyone else how terrifying a true disciple was. All right, everyone, this is not a place to stay for long. Let's get out of here first. Qin Feng went forward and hugged Yu Yao's slender waist. Being held in Qin Feng's arms, the young girl's heart throbbed. However, she was also filled with warmth. She was touched, and a trace of blush appeared on her beautiful face. At this moment, many young men and women were disappointed. As soon as the great cultivator left, the void shattered. He carried hundreds of young men and women and disappeared in an instant. Xiao Yuchan stood on the spot with his mouth agape as he witnessed this scene. His face was gloomy. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and followed after them. He had to collect the 9 North Chun light steels. Although he claimed to have mastered the light god-slaying technique, in reality, he had to comprehend the 9 North Chun light steels in order to be truly Deshang. He made up his mind. Even if he had to pay a high price, he had to find a chance to comprehend the North Chun light steels. The void shattered. In an instant, they traveled thousands of miles. In front of the Cloud Lake City's City Lord residence, the void shattered. Hundreds of people fell in astonishment. The Thunder Four Sons had the highest cultivation. They were the first to sense the change in front of the City Lord residence. The City Lord is back, and Miss Yao, accompanied by a clamor, the members of the Qin clan rushed over from the surroundings of the City Lord residence. When they saw that it was Qin Feng, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of their clan head. Bringing hundreds of people through the void in one breath was simply unimaginable. The young men and women who fell from the void were even more dumbfounded. Yu Yao, go and make arrangements to entertain these young fellows. Don't let others say that the Cloud Lake City doesn't know how to entertain guests. I have to return to the Peach Blossom Stronghold to report. When Qin Feng's words reached Yu Yao's ears, she felt a sense of sweetness. So he came back especially for me. Clan head, can you stay for one more day? Yu Yao's eyes were filled with anticipation. Is there anything else? Qin Feng looked at the strange woman with slight surprise. Clan head, let me serve you tonight. I want to give birth to a legitimate descendant of the Qin clan. The young lady pursed her lips and blushed slightly. Qin Feng looked at Yu Yao strangely and shook his head after a moment. Yu Yao's face turned pale. Don't let your imagination run wild. You are too weak now and can't bear my descendant. It's better for you to wait until your cultivation is stronger. Qin Feng smiled gently. It wasn't impossible to leave a descendant behind. The Cloud Lake City Qin clan did need a descendant to hold the fort. It was a pity that when one's cultivation reached Qin Feng's level, it was extraordinarily difficult to conceive a descendant. The two bloodlines in his body, the innate black snake bloodline and the black tortoise true spirit bloodline, weren't ordinary bloodlines. Now, the two bloodlines were undergoing a strange fusion. Ordinary women wouldn't be able to bear the domineering nature of the bloodline. Looking at the disappointed Yu Yao, Qin Feng revealed a trace of smile. I have recently obtained many elixirs, cultivation methods, and martial skills. As the Qin clan's matriarch, you have helped me with the government affairs. You have contributed greatly. I will focus on nurturing you. I believe your strength will rise quickly. These words weren't empty. Qin Feng had plundered the Golden Light Fey Nation. In addition to the elixirs that Li Yu had given him, it wasn't a simple fortune. Even large clans like the Du clan of the Yin Kingdom's royal family wouldn't have such wealth. Only then did Yu Yao reveal a hint of joy. When Yu Yao returned to the Qin clan, the dark clouds that covered the entire Cloud Lake City dissipated. With Yu Yao, the Qin clan could operate again. However, to prevent such a thing from happening again, Qin Feng gave the Chongming Inferno Pearl that had been completely upgraded to a true artifact to Yu Yao. The 12 Chongming Inferno Pearls were a set. They were the pinnacle of fire elemental false true artifacts. After being nurtured by Qin Feng, they had been completely upgraded to a true artifact. This true artifact was extremely powerful. It wasn't compatible with Yu Yao's metal elemental constitution. However, with this true artifact, her strength would increase greatly. She wouldn't be taken away without anyone knowing. Half a day later, Qin Feng left the Cloud Lake City. However, the moment he left the Cloud Lake City, he bumped into Xiao Yuchan, who was rushing over. Chapter 765. Xiao Yuchan. Qin Feng. In the sea of clouds, Qin Feng looked at the purple-clothed young man indifferently from a few hundred feet away. He had a face of 15 or 16 years old. His devilishly handsome face was filled with a strange holiness. He was elegant and untainted. When he first met this young man during the trial in the snow region, this young man's handsome appearance had left a deep impression on Qin Feng. At that time, Xiao Yuchan was someone that Qin Feng had to look up to. He was high up and had a group of girls around him. He was in the limelight. However, after a year, there was a trace of maturity on the purple-clothed young man's handsome face. However, at that moment, the purple-clothed young man was no longer someone that Qin Feng had to look up to. On the contrary, in Qin Feng's eyes, the purple-clothed young man was like an ant. Even though the purple-clothed young man was already a martial arts overlord who had mastered the light god-slaying skill, he was still a martial arts overlord. At that moment, the purple-clothed young man's face was gloomy. Looking at the black-clothed young man who was as handsome as a god, fear flashed across Xiao Yuchan's eyes. He moved the corner of his mouth and spoke after a while. Qin Feng, can you give me that steel? Xiao Yuchan, we are from the same batch. Although we have fought before, there are no unresolvable grievances. Therefore, I don't want to make things difficult for you. You can leave. A sneer flashed across Qin Feng's mouth. What kind of treasure was the Chunbei light steel? How could he give away the treasure just because of Xiao Yuchan's words? Moreover, the Chunbei light steel had already merged with the elemental realm of light. It was difficult to take it out. Xiao Yuchan clearly felt Qin Feng's obvious rejection. He was also very clear that no one would give a treasure like the Chunbei light steel to a stranger whom they had no relationship with. This was as he had expected. Qin Feng, this stone tablet is very important to me. Can I use my own things to exchange for it? Xiao Yuchan, you and I are acquaintances now. You have cultivated the light god slaughtering art. You should know the value of that stone tablet. The immemorial sway, sovereign steel, although it is only a ninth of it, you should know what level of treasure it is. It is the supreme treasure used by the immemorial sway, sovereign, to suppress demons. A strange look appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. He was still very interested in the light god-slaying art, which was known as the #1 art of light in all heavens. He had devoured a part of the absolute beginning star's origin. The absolute beginning star was originally the star of light. If he could learn the light god-slaying technique, he would benefit immensely. However, Qin Feng also knew that the possibility of this happening was slim to none. As long as Xiao Yuchan's head wasn't kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't impart this divine art to him. Hence, Qin Feng wasn't interested in Xiao Yuchan's wealth. I have a supreme treasure called the Light God-Slaying Spear. This divine weapon is an immemorial true weapon, forged by the most famous blacksmith under the immemorial Sui sovereign, Gongsun Sheng. This Light God-Slaying Spear is a top-notch middle heaven grade true weapon. This spear has killed many strong evil gods. The most famous 10 evil commanders under Mahakala was killed by this spear. This divine spear should be enough to exchange for that stone tablet, right? Xiao Yuchan pondered for a moment and took out a long spear that emitted a soft, white, sharp radiance. His eyes revealed a trace of pain. If he didn't know that he couldn't defeat Qin Feng, he wouldn't have cut his flesh like this. Qin Feng's eyes landed on this long spear. The sharp aura under the long spear seemed to have frozen the void, causing him to be shocked. This was indeed a good item. The immemorial blacksmith Gongsun Sheng was said to be the disciple of the immemorial blacksmith ancestor. He was a famous blacksmith in the Spirit Sea realm. Many famous true weapons were forged by this master. This immemorial light, god-slaying spear wasn't an ordinary true weapon. Back then, its owner was the famous light martial god under the Sui sovereign. That light martial god was known as the strongest person under the Sui sovereign. Countless terrifying immemorial martial Dao experts died in his hands. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, but still shook his head in the end. Although this divine weapon is good, I don't cultivate the power of light. This item doesn't have much value to me. It's not suitable for me to use. Xiao Yuchan heard him and frowned. He cursed in his heart. What do you mean by not cultivating the power of light? It's not suitable for you to use. The art of chaos, stars could simulate all kinds of elemental powers. Moreover, the core of it was the power of stars. It wasn't wrong to say that it was the power of light. This was obviously raising the price on the spot. Xiao Yuchan was helpless. He pondered for a moment and flipped his sleeves. A pure white seed that looked like a star floated above his palm. Faint, pure spiritual light was emitted from the seed, as if it had the power to turn the void into a pure land of light. This is... Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of shock and passion. This is the seed of light ancient tree, a god-level spirit root of light. Xiao Yuchan's eyes flashed with intense pain. He originally planned to completely merge this seed into the light god-slaying art to increase the power of the light god-slaying art. Now he could only take it out to exchange with Qin Feng, this greedy fellow. Light ancient tree. Qin Feng's eyes fluctuated violently. A god-level spirit root. The value of such a spirit root was simply unimaginable. Qin Feng couldn't help but be surprised by Xiao Yuchan's wealth. To be able to take out such a treasure, he obviously had other more valuable items on him. If they weren't from the same sect, Qin Feng would have the impulse to kill and rob. Qin Feng pondered. This light ancient tree seed was different from the earth ancient tree seed in the earth god's secret realm. The earth ancient tree seed had yet to germinate. Even if it was watered with the water of life, it wouldn't work. However, this light ancient tree was different. With the nourishment of the light elemental realm's power of origin, this ancient tree would definitely be able to survive. If it could be planted in the light elemental realm, the light elemental realm might be completely perfected. Once the light elemental realm was perfected, the benefits to the grotto heaven wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1. Xiao Yuchan could see that Qin Feng was already tempted. His eyes were filled with confidence. He believed that Qin Feng wouldn't be able to resist such a temptation. A second-generation God-level spirit root had an irreplaceable suppressive effect on the grotto heaven. If he hadn't cultivated the light, God-slaying art, and had completely shattered the grotto heaven and merged it with the light God-slaying art, he wouldn't be willing to exchange this level of spirit root seed. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng shook his head and made a promise that Xiao Yuchan found hard to accept. To tell you the truth, the North Chan radiant steel has been completely merged into the grotto heaven. How is this possible? Xiao Yuchan was in a daze. The importance of the North Chan radiant steel to him was self-evident. Xiao Yuchan was even more in disbelief. The North Chan radiant steel was a primordial treasure that contained power that ordinary inborn true weapons didn't have. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to refine it. Another Hall Master has appeared. There are 2 more updates later. Chapter 766. However, it's not like there's no other way. Although this divine steel has been integrated into the grotto heaven, if you trust me, you can comprehend it in my grotto heaven. Of course, there's a price. The price is your light ancient tree seed. With a smile in his eyes, Qin Feng waved his sleeves and a huge grotto heaven appeared in his palm. It was a big world that contained boundless light and was filled with light origin qi. The vast energy fluctuation made Xiao Yuchan's hair stand on end. He had a terrifying illusion that he was as small as an ant. Xiao Yuchan was instinctively moved by this suggestion. He could see that it was a powerful plane filled with pure light origin qi. The primordial light aura in it made Xiao Yuchan very excited. However, it was very dangerous to enter the grotto heaven of an unknown expert to cultivate. Forgive me, I can't promise you that now. After thinking about it, Xiao Yuchan shook his head. He couldn't put his star fate in someone else's hands. A stream of light faded away, and Xiao Yuchan vanished without a sound. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with regret. In the next moment, he collected himself and headed towards Peach Blossom Village. Half a day later, in Peach Blossom Village, Qin Feng suddenly appeared. In the meeting hall, a group of people was having a discussion. When they saw a figure suddenly appear, they were shocked at first. Then they quickly bowed. Village head. Qin Feng glanced at the 2 deputy village heads, Lian Biyun and Pei Shang. Below Lian Biyun and Pei Shang were the martial arts experts who were guarding the village. You may rise. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Village head, you have been missing for half a day. Not long ago, Shaoyang Village had another decree. Once you appear, go to Shaoyang Village immediately. Although some people in the village were not convinced by the new village head, they didn't dare to be disrespectful. He was the first to break through the gate of the Golden Light Demon Palace, the 18 Sky Palaces, and the 72 Treasure Halls. It was even rumored that the final core of the Golden Light Demon Palace was broken by him. Since Lian Biyun and Pei Shang had a special status, they had heard some obscure rumors from certain channels. Many of the old antiques in the sect seemed to have a good impression of Qin Feng. Recently, those old antiques had sent out many people to inquire about Qin Feng, intending to get in touch with him. Thinking of the identities of those old antiques, Lian Biyun couldn't help but feel a chill from the bottom of her heart. Even if it was his master, the head seat of Dumu Peak, he was still a junior before these seniors. Shaoyang Stronghold. Could it be that they want me to pick the spoils of war? Qin Feng secretly guessed. 2 hours later, Qin Feng appeared in front of the Shaoyang camp. The Shaoyang Stronghold was a huge stronghold built on top of a top-grade spirit mountain called the Nine Suns Mountain. It was originally the Golden Crow clan's blessed land. The huge mountain stronghold didn't look like a mountain stronghold at all. Instead, it looked more like a sect. There were mountains and valleys, and the extremely dense fire element spiritual energy turned into a solid mist. A fiery red mist shrouded the mountain, and the fire mulberry trees bloomed with flames. Fire mulberry trees. This was a type of fire element spiritual root. This kind of spiritual root was very precious but it could be found everywhere on the Nine Suns Mountain. Each of them was as red as coral and spicy. Many of them had thick roots, and the ancient branches had a faint golden flame luster. This was the 1,000-year fire mulberry trees. What a beautiful scene! Sighing inwardly, Qin Feng flew down the stairs in front of the mountain. The fiery red stairs went straight to the clouds. There were rows of star soldiers patrolling around the stairs. Seeing Qin Feng's figure landing, they were slightly startled and then respectfully saluted. Qin Feng was slightly puzzled. These star soldiers and star generals seemed to know him. The fiery red stairs were very long, but with Qin Feng's speed, he quickly reached the Shaoyang Palace at the top of the mountain. The ancient board emitted a fiery red brilliance, like an ancient sun, making people feel reverence. Shaoyang Palace. These three ancient words revealed a trace of vigorous and powerful concept. In front of the palace, two young palace generals wearing fiery armor stopped Qin Feng. "Are you Senior Qin Feng?" The two young palace generals were unusually respectful. This kind of respect made Qin Feng a little confused. These people who serve in the front lines were not people who understood etiquette. Each of them could be said to be fierce and unruly. Although he was puzzled, Qin Feng still nodded. "I am Qin Feng." Qin Feng took out his disciple token and threw it to the two. The two palace generals only took a look and immediately returned it respectfully. This disciple token could not be faked. The three fort masters said that if you arrived, you could directly enter the palace for an audience. The two palace generals opened up a path. Qin Feng nodded. "Qin Feng, you have finally arrived." A faint voice, like a spring breeze, came. In a huge palace like a giant's palace, because of this voice, it seemed to be infinitely vast. Qin Feng raised his head and looked over. On the main seat of the palace, a figure like a green sun appeared on the third throne. The two thrones in front were empty for perfected Lord Jiyuan and perfected Lord Hongyang. This was the third fort master, perfected Lord Qing Huang. This time around, Qin Feng could clearly see the appearance of this person. This was a middle-aged man with a simple and unadorned face. His features were solemn and meticulous. His jet black hair seemed to have a life of its own as it was tied up by a simple and unadorned pine hairpin. "Greetings, perfected Lord Qing Huang." Qin Feng bowed slightly. "Qin Feng, this old man can't accept such a big bow from you." Perfected Lord Qing Huang looked at Qin Feng in the palace with a smile. A grade 7 mystic master was a grandmaster array master. No matter which sect a grade 7 mystic master joined, his status was comparable to a grand elder. Not to mention, this grade 7 mystic master was from the same sect, so his status was even more special. If it wasn't for the safety of this person, the perfected Lord Qing Huang might have directly conferred him a title. Even so, he can't stay at the front lines. The savage battlefield is too dangerous. If this person dies at the front lines, we can't afford to take the blame. The perfected Lord Qing Huang thought to himself. The perfected Lord Qing Huang said solemnly, "Peach Blossom Stockade, Lord Qin Feng, listen up. Disciple Qin Feng, listen up." Qin Feng cupped his fists. With Niu Jinfeng's true teachings, Qin Feng has stood at the front lines and made great contributions. The sect will confer you the title of Divine General Fu Bo. You are to return to the sect with your star cannon jade belt and 100,000 star soldiers and star generals to await further orders. This, Qin Feng frowned. Why was he transferred back? He had just made a name for himself in the savage battlefield. Wasn't this messing around? Could it be that someone is making things difficult for me? Qin Feng muttered to himself. However, it didn't seem like it. The 100,000 star soldiers and star generals were real privileges. Ordinary divine generals didn't have such privileges. Seeing Qin Feng's doubtful expression, the perfected Lord Qing Huang sighed. Who would want to betray such a talent? Unfortunately, this was the will of the sect's elders. Even the Sky Emperor Palace couldn't stop it. Qin Feng, this is the mission given to you by the sect. Don't doubt it. Recently, there have been traces of an ancient evil god appearing in your hometown, the Yin Kingdom. You need to suppress it The sect wants you to go to the southwest and take up the position of Star Palace Master there. Also, help the sect suppress those empires that are ready to make a move. There are traces that indicate that those empires are colluding with the evil god that is about to appear. Also, Chapter 767 was a Diablo. It was a tyrannical existence that did not receive the official title of emperor. It claimed to be a god and festered in private. Anything that had the word God in it was undoubtedly not simple. The ancient Diablo was extremely powerful. However, most of them were wiped out by the Five Desolation Great Emperor. Only a small number of ancient evil gods managed to escape the calamity. Most of them chose to seal themselves to avoid the Five Patriarchs' attack. When the Golden Era arrived, the ancient Diablo sensed the changes in the outside world and naturally came out. In the chaos caused by the opening of the Golden Era, the ancient Diablo was the first wave. Many families, sects, and countries with long histories were destroyed by the ancient Diablo. However, according to Qin Feng's knowledge, the ancient Diablo would not be very strong in a short period of time after they came out. In the first stage, the ancient Diablo would quietly come out and then hide to recover their strength. The second stage was terrifying. Once they recovered a certain amount of strength, the lawless Diablo would launch a catastrophe to recover all their strength and attack the god realm. The Diablo was a god, but a fake one. They only had a trace of the power of the god realm, or they used special methods to obtain some of the authority of the demon god. During this period of time, not only Xingqian school, but also the 72 sects had discovered some signs of the Diablo being born. The Diablo is starting to come out. It seems like the Golden Era has officially begun. The Diablo calamity is the first wave of the Golden Era. Qin Feng's face was solemn. May I ask what kind of Diablo this is? Is there any record of it in the sect? It's a mountain god. Mountain god. Qin Feng was stunned. He had once obtained a treasure called the Mountain God Pearl. The Mountain God Pearl was a treasure born from the soul of the spiritual mountains and rivers that had absorbed the spiritual energy for tens of thousands of years. If the Mountain God Pearl was cultivated for a long time, it would give birth to spirituality. This was a mountain god, a natural ruler of the mountains. Mountain gods that were born in this way were usually righteous gods. As they cultivated, it was very easy for them to attain the earth deity position or some minor post-celestial deity position of the earth deity position. This mountain god's name is Shangzhang. He used to be the mountain god of the Nine Pinnacles Mountain in the Yin country. However, because he abused his authority, he chased away the spiritual mountains and blocked the waterways, causing the waterways to deteriorate. Thousands of living beings lost their homes and were punished by the great emperor of the south. This god was afraid of the great emperor's authority and sealed his soul in the mountains. You should be aware that there are countless mountains in the spirit sea realm. Even with the methods of the Southern Desolation Emperor at that time, it was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Qin Feng shook his head. This was more than just looking for a needle in a haystack. The field of stars was incomparably vast, with mountains and rivers everywhere. To find a completely self-proclaimed mountain god in the mountains was simply impossible, unless the Southern Wasteland Great Emperor was like the Savage King and refined all the earth veins and water veins into the mountain river map. There might be a chance. Refining all the earth veins and water veins was an impossible task. Many sects occupied the best spirit veins and water veins and refined their earth veins. The water veins were their lifeblood. Even someone as powerful as the Southern Desolation Emperor could not do it. However, according to Qin Feng's understanding of sealing techniques, ordinary sealing techniques would not be able to escape the pursuit of the Southern Desolation Emperor. Presumably, the Nine Pinnacles Mountain God had also made up his mind. He must have used an extremely powerful sealing technique to seal his aura, fate, and soul. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from the hands of the Southern Desolation Emperor. In the ancient era, there were so many evil gods that were much more powerful than the Nine Pinnacles Mountain God. However, they were all killed or sealed by the five emperors. Seeing Qin Feng frowning, true monarch Qin Huang smiled and said, Qin Feng, don't feel too pressured. Although the Nine Pinnacles mountain god is one of the ancient evil gods, his ranking is not high. Moreover, he has sealed himself for too long. I'm afraid his cultivation is even lower than yours. The problem now is that he has hidden too deeply. You need to find him and eliminate him. After saying that, true monarch Qin Huang's face turned serious. If such an evil god continues to exist, it will be a catastrophe for the myriad star field. I hope that Qin Feng can be careful and eliminate all evil. Qin Feng nodded. Actually, to be honest, this is a lucrative job. As everyone knows, there are different classes of deity positions. First class, innate deity position. Second class, middle deity position. And third class, acquired deity position. Actually, below these three classes, there is a lesser deity position. This lesser deity position is an authority created by heaven and earth. For example, the Nine Pinnacles mountain god's mountain god position is one of the lesser deity positions. Once you obtain it, you will be able to control the mountains and rivers. Although you can't reach the heavens in a single step, this deity position is still comparable to the wood ancestor position. At the thought of the two wood ancestor positions, true monarch Qin Huang's eyes flashed with envy. If I can obtain the mountain god position, I might be able to combine this lesser deity position and advance further. In true monarch Qin Huang's opinion, although this ancient evil god was dangerous, he was still a fat pig. All right, you may leave. By the way, you could go to the treasury and choose 2 items. This is your right. The sect has already said that whoever can enter Transformation Palace first can choose first. Now that the battle of the Golden Light Demon Kingdom is about to come to an end, you may go and choose first. True monarch Qin Huang took out an ancient black token. This is the token to enter the treasury. Take it and hand it to the elders guarding the treasury. They will know what to do. Qin Feng took it, nodded, and turned to leave. At this moment, true monarch Qin Huang called out to Qin Feng again. By the way, Qin Feng, there's one more thing. Qin Feng's expression changed. He turned around and saw true monarch Qin Huang waving his hand. 5-dimensional universe rings appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng took them and scanned through the piles of treasures. There were mountains of standard spiritual herbs, countless high-grade spirit crystals, standard refining materials, divine metal used to forge divine weapons, and spiritual swords. There were also a few boxes of high-grade orbs of will. There were a total of 5 rings and 5 small mountains. Even though Qin Feng had quite a lot of wealth, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is... Qin Feng looked at true monarch Qin Huang. This wealth was comparable to the savings of a county's prestigious family for thousands of years. A county's prestigious family was only one step away from being a feudal family. The 9 great families of Mountain River City could only be considered as ordinary 1,000-year-old families. They were far from being a county's prestigious family. Now, the Cloud Lake City's Qin family could barely be considered a county's prestigious family. Of course, if they were to add the wealth in front of them, they would truly be a county's prestigious family. This is a gift from Light Master, Psychic, Metal Spirit, Fufeng, and 9 dragons. I hope that you can let them go. On the throne, true monarch Qin Huang's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Qin Feng came to a sudden realization. These 5 Saint Kings had previously made a bet with him. Whoever lost would have to run a few laps around Golden Light Demon City naked. Clearly, these 5 Saint Kings could not bring themselves to lose face. Now, they had asked true monarch Qin Huang to invite them over. Chapter 768. Looking at the 5-dimensional universe rings in front of him, Qin Feng decided not to pursue the matter and let the 5 Sage Kings go. The reason was simple. Since true monarch Qin Huang had stepped in, he naturally had to give him face. Also, if he forced the 5 Sage Kings to run around naked, it would only add 5 more enemies for him. There was no benefit at all. He might as well accept the generous gift in front of him. After receiving the storehouse token, Qin Feng chose 2 treasures. Although the Golden Light Fiend Nation was considered wealthy, there were limited divine spirit roots like the 3 realms Fulling Wood and the Golden Light Glass Vine. Qin Feng chose 2 treasures, both of which were true treasures. One was a metal elemental true grand golden dagger axe. This grand white dagger axe was an ancient dagger axe made of grand white divine iron. It had 33 layers of heavenly astral seals and could be considered a top Hotian true treasure. Compared to the Chongming Li Flame Pearl, this metal elemental true treasure was more suitable for Yu Yao. The other one was a rare ice attribute true artifact, which was a bead, Xianing Snow Soul Pearl. This was an ice elemental true treasure with 27 layers of heavenly astral seals. It was also an ancient treasure. It was a treasure born after being nurtured by the Xian cold Qi in the snow mountain of heaven and earth for 10,000 years. It could also help a martial artist cultivate a second primordial spirit and have 2 lives. At the same time, it was also an excellent ice elemental true treasure. It could produce the snow soul divine light that could freeze everything. It was an extremely precious treasure. After taking these 2 treasures, Qin Feng went to the barracks and selected 100,000 astral soldiers and astral generals. He then headed toward the Xingqian school like a river of stars. Marshal Uncle Qing Huang, did you really let him take away 100,000 of the most elite astral soldiers and astral generals? After Qin Feng left, 5 figures appeared in the palace. Light Sage King, Spirit Sage King, 9 Dragon Sage King, True Lord Fufeng, and Patriarch Golden Spirit appeared in the Shaoyang Palace. The 5 Sage Kings looked at True Monarch Qing Huang in confusion. True Monarch Qing Huang didn't look like someone who was easy to talk to. 100,000 astral soldiers and astral generals was not a small number. Even though the Shaoyang stronghold had recently recruited countless monsters and other races as supplements, the Shaoyang stronghold still didn't have enough manpower. I don't think they are elite soldiers. Those fleeing lights are obviously mixed in color. Most of them should be star warriors of the Demon Clan and the alien race. Light Master Sage King looked at True Lord Qing Huang suspiciously. He knew this senior brother of his very well. This old man had been in charge of the Shaoyang stronghold for hundreds of years, and he had always been meticulous in his calculations. It was unlikely that he would give away his elite troops. The Star Soldiers aren't weak either. Those monsters and foreign races have all cultivated the art of chaos, star transformation. Although they aren't as strong as the elites of our sects, they are definitely elite soldiers compared to the soldiers of ordinary sections. Moreover, this old man has carefully selected them. These 100,000 star soldiers and star generals are all good fighters. I'm worthy of Qin Feng. Perfected Lord Green Emperor felt the pinch. In this battle, the Shaoyang stronghold had lost a lot of star soldiers and star generals. It was not easy for them to replenish their numbers, but they still had to give 100,000 to Qin Feng. Perfected Lord Green Emperor was already unhappy. That's enough. Now that this true disciple has left, the Peach Blossom Stronghold has an empty Stronghold Lord position. This is a win-win situation. Sage King Tong Ling smiled coldly. The Stronghold Lord position was something that even Sage Kings like them coveted. Qin Feng didn't lose out. Although he left the Peach Blossom Stronghold Lord position, the sect gave him the position of Prefecture Lord. Perfected Lord Green Emperor's eyes flickered with an undetectable fluctuation. Even with his current status, Perfected Lord Green Emperor could not help but feel jealous of the position of Prefecture Lord. The sect is actually treating him so well. The 5 Sage Kings opened their mouths wide, and their eyes reddened. The position of Prefecture Lord was only one step away from the position of Hall Lord. It was different from the organization of the battlefield. Within the realm of stars, many nations had constellation temples set up by Xingqian school for the sect to collect orbs of will. Generally speaking, small towns like Upper River Town and Lower River Town would have temple lords. Temple lords were the lowest level units. Temple lords were in charge of the orbs of will of the town, including the surrounding villages. Above the temple lords were the palace lords. A palace lord oversaw a small town and commanded a county of temple lords. All the temple lords under the county had to pay tribute to the palace lord every year. For example, a small town like Mountain River City in the Yin Kingdom had a Mountain River Palace Lord. Above the Palace Lord was the Cave Lord. The Cave Lord oversaw a county, and his residence was usually set up in a county's capital. All the county palace lords were under the jurisdiction of the Cave Lord, and the collected orbs of will would be paid to the Cave Lord every year. Above the Cave Lord was the Mountain Lord. A Mountain Lord oversaw a country, oversaw the capital, and received tributes from the Cave Lords of the various counties. For example, the Great Yin Kingdom only had one Great Yin Mountain Lord. Above the Mountain Lord was the Prefecture Lord. A Prefecture Lord oversaw a mid-ranked county and received tributes from all the Mountain Lords of the low-ranked counties under the mid-ranked county. True Monarch Green Emperor and the others didn't know how powerful a mid-ranked county was, but based on the population and the amount of orbs of will they could contribute every year, it was definitely several times more than the Peach Blossom Stockade Master, or even more than 10 times. If this middle-rank commandery had many lower-rank commanderies under its command, then the tribute that the chief of the Shaoyang village could receive would not be less than the tribute that the chief of the Shaoyang village could receive. This was a lucrative position. It was no wonder that the 5 Saint Kings were envious. However, even though they were envious, they still wanted to enter the fertile lands in the center of the domain of stars and become the Prefecture Lord. This wasn't a position that just anyone could get. Even Saint Kings like them weren't qualified to go back and fill the vacant position of Prefecture Lord, unless they were able to make contributions like Qin Feng on the battlefield, conquering a country and obtaining the greatest merit. They would have a chance to fill the vacant position of Prefecture Lord. The 5 of them still had a chance, and that was the vacant Peach Blossom Stockade Master position. Bronze Hill Stockade, Primordial Cave. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, the sound of things being broken could be heard. You're saying that Qin Feng made a great contribution and became the Prefecture Lord of Zhuzi country? Yi Ding gritted his teeth, and the anger in his eyes almost turned into flames. A middle-aged martial expert wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. He lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. Didn't I ask you to contact some experts from the wilderness to stop this person? Are you all useless? My foster father raised you for so long, but what's the use of that? Yi Ding roared. Prefecture Lord. Yi Ding's eyes were burning with jealousy when he thought of the benefits that position represented. What were those old fogies thinking? How can Qin Feng be qualified to be the Prefecture Lord? Are those old fogies' brains rotten? He roared furiously like an injured beast, and a tyrannical aura emanated from him. Many of the concubines in the spiritual cave abode were terrified, and their subordinates were trembling in fear. Yi Ding only felt that a nameless fire almost made him explode in anger. Qin Feng's luck was too good. Not long after he took office, he encountered a great battle. This was a real military merit. Even if he was Gong Ao's adopted son, he could not use his influence to erase this kind of military merit. Why didn't I encounter such a great battle? Yi Ding's eyes were red, and there was a terrifying sense of unwillingness, jealousy, and viciousness in his eyes. No, I can't let this worthless bumpkin step on me. I can't let Qin Feng have it easy. There were 3 more in the evening. Chapter 769. Astral soldiers were a type of soldier. Most of the major sects would raise soldiers. Most of the cultivation arts that soldiers could cultivate weren't very advanced. However, it was different for the 72 orthodox sects, such as Xingqian school. For example, the Xingqian school's primeval star refinement art was a rather advanced cultivation art. When cultivated to the highest level, one could even guide the origin of the main stars in the galaxy and obtained the support of the Origin to become a Star Lord. A Star Lord was a minor deity position formed by the power of the stars. If one could become a Star Lord, it wasn't impossible for them to become a Star Lord. 100,000 astral soldiers and astral generals were connected with Qin Feng through the power of the galaxy. Their speed was like a river of stars rolling through the void. That terrifying power made the experts of the various countries tremble uncontrollably. Among the southwestern countries, Zhuzi country was average in terms of national strength. It had 4 to 5 low-rank commanderies under its rule. Its territory was vast, and its royal family was arrogant. It was a famous royal family. Under Zhuzi country's rule, the Yin kingdom wasn't particularly eye-catching. The Yin kingdom wasn't far from the land of bitter cold. The land there was barren, and spiritual mountains were rare. It was considered a low-rank commandery that was about to break away from Zhuzi country's rule. Qin Feng first went to the Xingqian school to report and received the school lord seal. Then, he led 100,000 astral soldiers and astral generals towards Zhuzi country. Zhuzi country's capital was Jade Capital. From afar, Jade Capital was like a flying dragon. The Jade Dragon was complementing it, and the providence of the mountains and rivers gathered above this colossal ancient capital. Zhuzi country was the color of wealth. Zhuzigua lived up to its name of wealth. Everywhere was plentiful. Far away in the Dragon Canal, there were countless ships on the wide river. Along with the soft music, it was as if this was a river of wealth. Jade Capital's constellation temple cultivated on Mount Yunwu outside Jade Capital. This was a rare level 9 spiritual mountain. After generations of Zhuzi country school lords, this place was exceptionally beautiful and contained a blessed land. The previous Zhuzi schoolmaster had also fallen during the 6th Great Sage Tribulation. Otherwise, Qin Feng would not be able to enjoy such benefits. Under the cloud-like starlight, the clouds in the cloud mist mountain fluctuated, and a great Tao appeared before Qin Feng. Zhu Zifu Great Deacon Li Ruo Shan and the 8 mountain chieftains pay their respects to the prefecture lord. In the distance, the 5 black-robed deacons bowed. The 5 black-robed deacons all exuded a strong aura. 4 of them are wearing robes with black clouds and silver threads. The leader, Li Ruishan, was indeed wearing robes with black clouds and gold threads that only the great deacon would have. In terms of aura, this grand deacon was a stage 2 supreme almighty. The other 4 deacons were all stage 1 almighties. Behind the 5 of them were the 8 mountain lords. Their expressions varied. Some were indifferent, some were scrutinizing, some were sizing them up, and some were even somewhat unconvinced. They were indeed unconvinced. Among the 8 mountain lords, many of them were boundary sages. The 3 mountain lords in the Jin country, Baoyu country, and Dalong dynasty were true sages. This is the new schoolmaster. He looks very young, and most importantly, he's a boundary sage. The great Deacon Li Ruishan raised his head and sized up the black-robed young man who was strolling over. He was a little curious. The position of mansion master was usually held by a true disciple who had some influence in the sect, or a powerful elder. Zhuzi country was one of the 18 prefectures in the southwest. According to the usual practice, they should have at least sent a sage ruler to hold the fort. However, there seemed to be an exception this time. Qin Feng, Li Ruishan, had heard of him before. He was a prominent figure in the sect in the past 2 years. In less than 2 years, he had become a true disciple. Many powerful overlords in the sect believed that Qin Feng might be the reincarnation of some ancient figure. However, in Li Ruishan's opinion, it was not a good thing to be in the limelight at such a young age, especially when he was the schoolmaster of Zhuzi country. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. At this time, many people had their eyes on this new schoolmaster. Furthermore, the 8 mountain masters are all ambitious people. If we can't suppress the 8 mountain masters, I'm afraid that it will be another disaster. Ever since Zhu Zifu's previous prefecture master, Lan Yun Saint King, had passed away, these mountain chieftains have been eyeing the position of prefecture master covetously. Some of them had even contacted the neighboring Xianping Prefecture and Jinbo Prefecture, waiting for an opportunity to seek refuge in another prefecture. Qin Feng took in the expressions of the 8 mountain chieftains as a cold smile appeared in his eyes. These people seemed to be waiting for the best offer. The 8 mountain lords were the 9 Pinnacles mountain lords of the Yan country. Jin country, East Origin mountain lord. Blackwater country, Pitfall mountain lord. Dalong country, Chue Ping mountain lord. Bayou country, Cold Spring mountain lord. Dekong, Red Maple mountain lord. Deyong, Small Mang mountain lord. And the largest Zhuzi country, Jade Sun mountain lord. Among them, the most ambitious ones were Jin country's East Origin mountain lord, Bayou country's Cold Spring mountain lord, and Dalong country's Chue Ping mountain lord. These 3 mountain lords were all sages and were the most ambitious. Even when facing Qin Feng, the flames of ambition were not concealed in the slightest. Very good. Qin Feng has been appointed as the schoolmaster of Zhuzi country. I'm very happy that all of you can come. Qin Feng scanned the people in front of the arch. Many of them had a disapproving look on their faces. I've always been straightforward when it comes to speaking and doing things. As the saying goes, I'll say the ugly words first. Follow me and work for me loyally. I won't let you suffer. However, if anyone disobeys and tries to harm my Zhuzi country's interests, a trace of coldness flashed and slightly triggered the power of the chaotic heavenly abode. A vast power descended on Yunwu Mountain and swept across the experts of Zhuzi country. Many cultivators felt their muscles stiffen as an extremely terrifying force almost crushed them into dust in an instant. Many people wanted to resist, but before they could even use their true force and laws, they were instantly crushed by the vast power. It was as if they were ants in front of that power. For a moment, the 5 deacons, 8 mountain lords, and even many cave masters who were meeting felt as if they had been fished out of cold sweat. They stared at the black-clothed youth, as if he was a monster. He was actually so powerful. For a moment, many mountain lords felt their limbs turn cold as they stared at Qin Feng with extreme fear. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Crown Prince Chongqing's mouth was cold as he watched this scene in front of the 100,000 astral soldiers. After a period of understanding, Chongqing knew his senior brother very well. Domineering, protective, and unable to tolerate even a speck of sand in his eyes. These people thought that they could play tricks under his nose. It was too laughable. This time it was a deterrent. If they did not restrain themselves, a few of the 8 mountain lords might lose their heads. However, Chongqing could not wait for such a situation to happen. The position of mountain lord was extremely honorable. He had given up the favorable conditions of the battlefield and followed the 4 saints of Willow Earth all for this mountain lord position. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.